Yeah. Hello, 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 hello. Hello. Hello, 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 hello. Oh, I can hear now. Hello, hello, hello. Ah, nice. Well, seems to be working. Hello, everyone. Just testing you're all awake. If anything, it's nice to hear or see all the chat come up as we're fixing things. We are going to be watching, or are watching even, but now listening to as well. Cool. Barassi versus Suakuni. So Suakuni is playing for the Netherlands this year, as he was last year as well. But of course, he's also regarded as one of the greatest players of all time. So this is going to be quite the matchup. So cool. Yeah, so they're a fair distance into the game. Obviously, they appear to be out of book given the time they're taking to think. Bit low volume. Can people hear me okay? Do I need to make it louder? Is it all right as it is, or do let me know. I move the microphone closer, or just speak louder. That could work too. Or just turn the volume up yourself. I reckon that could work as well. Okay, good. Right, let's begin looking at this position. We can look at the standings quickly. So this game is between 7th place and like 3rd place. I was going to say I'm scrolling down far too far for a player of his caliber. Yeah, so although that seems like quite the difference, it's 7 points versus 7, and well, they're both on 7 points even. So purely on tiebreak, and that means that this game is quite decisive of who is remaining in the top places. So if we go back to the game, make it full screen. So Barassi is still thinking, and this is has played now. But what I was going to say is that it is something I was saying yesterday. From watching Suakuni play, he often seems to have these positions, in my opinion, where he's kind of wrapping his pieces around his opponent's pieces, and that's something that I think he tends to do compared to other players. I might be talking nonsense there, but that's kind of what I've noticed and I think is interesting. So Black's decided to play through the white pieces. An interesting move because white isn't able to play in G4, which means that Black's played this move without giving white too many more options, which in general is a good thing to look for. So now it's white's move again. In terms of where they can be looking, my initial thought would be to C4, because it means that black isn't able to go here, and it also means black isn't able to go here. And currently, I think that's quite a nice move for black. if it were black's turn. So yeah, that takes away black's move here, and even though it flips this disc, black isn't able to play down here. So I think that will be one of the places they might look, but there's also the option of c6. Validated yet again. Okay, so they did go that there. I would assume that's roughly for the reasons I said, but of course, you never know. I might be missing something completely. Something else which is cool about the move is that it flips this e6 disc, which threatens to play this really nice quiet move. So as an example, black were to play somewhere random, white could then play this really nice quiet move, which, as we were speaking about before, will be something that black will be looking at and thinking about. Do they want to prevent it, or are they not too worried about it? We will be joined by Dimitri in 5 minutes as well, which is cool. F2 was not the standard response, could have been a deliberate deviation by McKelly. So there has been a move played. Let's just look at the F2 move. Yeah, so as you can see, that tends to be the standard, I guess, there as well. But this is what we've talked about as well, of maybe sometimes playing a slightly worse move by on paper in order to get your opponent out of book faster and actually giving you somewhat of an advantage. So yeah, so as we were saying, white had this quiet move here. By playing here, it's still quite quiet for white, but they do flip in an extra direction as well, which makes it slightly less pretty. As Jan would say, black should not play south, so kind of c8, which they did. Not sure if it was wrong, although I guess he does know his opening fairly well. You'd assume that he's still in book. So yeah, so interesting to see how this one ends up, I think, given that McKelly seems to be the one kind of controlling the open, especially as the one playing the black discs. So G4 for white now is where I'd naturally look. I think C6 on the surface looks reasonable, but then it gives black a very quiet move back in response. So for example, there and then there. And that seems quite bad. Oh, so white has played out to the edge at h3. And with the quiet move, black's not able to play there currently, which means that white's able to continue to threaten it. So black's played out. Yeah, this is the kind of move that I've started looking at more recently, where you play somewhat of a loud seeming move through an edge. So white would want to be able to play there, but because this diagonal stays black, it means that white isn't actually given that many additional options. So maybe, yeah, black is also, by playing there, flipping this disc, this e4 disc, which threatens to play this quiet move down here. So White has now played their quiet move, and the beauty of playing that quiet move is that it also takes away Black's quiet move, so it's kind of two birds with one stone, two birds with one disc. Yeah. So White does also have the quiet move up here, and I assume that is what Black will be paying attention to. How you would take it away, I'm not sure. Maybe C2, which is a similar kind of move. Oh, so he hasn't opted to take it away, but has played out to the edge, which is actually, I guess, another option. He just hasn't worried about it. He's made it so that he has a better move, because you can see he's given himself back access to C6. Within the Sweet 16. So, Jan, do you mean the Sweet 16 as in these central 16 squares? I've never heard it called that before. And very often that's fine within that, is it? So yeah, I didn't know that either. I think that's a good thing to be going by. Yeah, so White here doesn't want Black to play that quiet move, so has played there instead. That's really interesting. So this white block of discs might look quite scary for White, but Jan is saying that because they're in these central 16 squares, often that's not as much to worry about, which I'm getting all the tips this year. This is good. So White's played here. I would assume that's partly to take away Black's access to there. Okay, and remaining in that Sweet 16. Would you say it's good, like actively good, to have that number of discs in the middle 16 squares? Is it? Do you want to have lots of discs there, or does it tend to vary depending on the position? That'd be interesting to know. So Black's played out to the edge. Which is interesting that they haven't chosen to play their quiet move down to C7, but as you were saying previously, with this opening you tend to want to avoid playing down south. So the C8 might have been an exception to that. And they're choosing to play out the edge here.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Michele didn't play C. So sorry, C7. I might tune in a bit late with my comments. Sorry. Yeah. So. Mhm. Ah, yeah. What I meant then. After. No, forget what I just told. I tried to rush the comment, but I looked at a little bit different position. Sorry. Never mind.
Dimitri's back, everyone.
Yeah, just to spoil the fun for everyone. Uh, Without of touch comments. Okay, so it's black move. Hmm. I feel like white is now better. Maybe okay, we can see eval bar. I always forget to look at it. So the moves I would consider here are d2, because obviously white has a quiet move to d2 themselves, and even something like c7 for black. White plays d2, we have to play again. Where do we play? Okay.
So b4. You're going to have to get your dog in camera, I think.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Your stomach.
Otherwise, it will not be quiet. You know, it's like with kids. At some point, you just
They just
got,
appear.
yeah, you just get used to ignoring them.
Yes, I'm getting into that with my 1-year-old. So in this position, I don't. Obviously, black here only flips in one direction, and that's quite nice. But white surely has d2 here, which is also really nice.
Yeah, something like d2, b3, b5, each move worth consideration. Maybe b3, b5 a bit less so, because it once again gives a c7 tempo without flipping anything on the c column, but we can at least postpone that by playing d2 first. So my prediction is that d2 will be played.
Right, yeah. And Jan in the comments has been giving some thoughts on the central 16 squares, because previously white had quite a lot of discs in those 16 squares. And Jan was saying you don't actually have to be too worried about having a big block most of the time in these central squares.
Interesting. I never even approached Othello like this. If, so no, I believe it comes from my background where I mostly play ridiculous openings that requires you to grab the edge, and like snake or crane or something like that, and it's all after, I don't know, 15, 16 moves, it's all over the place, and both players are somewhere, or at least me, somewhere on the edge. Yeah, so here, I don't know.
So white didn't play d2.
Yeah, my prediction didn't work out, but it was one of the moves that I pointed out, so I feel a bit vindicated here.
So do you think black will start looking down at the south region now, or because obviously they've got the c7 move, which is quite quiet.
Yeah, but after c7, d2 will come for sure, and maybe even oh, it's not a good move actually. Yeah, maybe d8 then. So if c7, d8, and white still has d2.
Right, yes.
My idea for black, if you go back, once again, just to one of the consideration, maybe to play c2 now,
Which they appear to have.
because if we get a response to d2, we now have a good response to b3.
Yes, right. Well, if they have
But
played c2.
yeah, but
Yes.
now as white, I perhaps wouldn't play d2, but maybe b3. because we will still first of all now because of discon before black threatens to play d2 themselves, which is a great move, um, and and we either play d2 ourselves, or we just remove access to it by playing something like b3. uh, I would love b3 way more if we had a disc on somewhere, for example, on black disc on before e7 diagonal. So that way a3 wouldn't be a great move, a good move for black. Hmm. But it's a very close and interesting position.
And they do appear to be out of book here as well, don't they?
Yeah, while
Thinking and
while I was setting up the pictures and timers and so on, I quickly pasted the opening, and there were no games in the Tor database. Tor database, for the viewers who don't know, is a collection of all the transcribed all the board games from the previous tournaments long ago, managed by Marc Tastet and French Federation. So yeah, so no games in this variation, so it's somewhat a novelty. Um,
which makes it exciting, I think.
yeah, but
Um,
do not be mistaken. It doesn't mean that players are out of book.
right, yeah.
Yeah, because I know that Michele is he's very prepared player. He's the one who developed his own tool for the training and preparations. It's a great tool. I use it all the time. It's the Sensei Othello engine, which is the best free available on all the platforms engine for Othello. So I always, whenever I play a game, even a 1 minute online game, I quickly check it in his engine.
Mm.
So a little of ads on the stream.
Yeah. Flip the disc, Sensei, all the good platforms.
So, and Flip the Disk uses EDAX, open sourced engine. It's quite an old one. It is a great engine, and it was the best at the time. But once as it is used as um, built-in in web browser, it is way slower when native applications, and it's not as precise, and its book is not as developed as Sensei. So Sensei wins every uh, in every aspect here.
Yeah. So when you say Michele's quite prepared, well, very prepared,
Yeah.
Do you think he still knows where he is in this game, or is he thinking?
In this particular game, I don't know, but I would guess that most likely no, because at some point White had an advantage, which I know mostly because because we have this evaluation bar. And also the time usage. So even though with players like once again Michele and many others, time usage is not a good indicator, because players are tricky on this level of World Athlete Championship. They don't want others to know that they're still in preparation.
Yeah,
So,
right. Yeah.
and sometimes they sit and just wait for the time to pass, so the opponent will more
But you're
likely
saying
to go
you're
with
saying
expect line.
they'll sometimes sit and just do nothing and pretend to think, even though they know
Yes, yes,
exactly where they are, almost as a bluff.
yes, exactly. So it's
Oh wow.
mind games within the mind games.
Is McKelly someone that's quite known for doing that then?
I not
Clever.
sure if it was
Man.
Michele. I just I'm aware of these cases.
Yeah, that is the thing.
Yeah.
That's interesting. So at the moment, I know it's Black's turn, but White has the option to play H2 at some point. Um, is that something they'll want to be looking at, or is that edge going to be dangerous for them?
Yeah, of course, this unbalanced this structure is it's even called, if I not mistaken, unbalanced edge, and it can
Mhm.
be attacked in the future. So, sure. So plus, more importantly, it's a spare tempo. So it's a move that only white can make.
Mm.
Uh, so right now, I don't see why White should consider this as an option, as the best move in this position. So, whereas right now Black is struggling to find a quiet move, a good move where they don't flip too much, don't open too many new moves. So
Mm.
I'm looking right now, and what I'm thinking is C7, even B7 comes to mind, but maybe it's a little bit prematurely. But if you played against me, you might know that I'm or watched my games. I'm quite known for crazy X square moves early on, uh, so I almost always consider them. So right now, the most quiet move for black would be a5. It
What
doesn't
about E8?
e8. E8 is also a move I would consider, but it's often quite dangerous to create such gaps, especially if
Mm.
your opponent doesn't have to answer to this gap immediately. So right now,
Right.
if we play e8, white replies with f8. What's next?
Okay.
We can't play to d8. We can only play, yeah. So we can't. Black now can't play. No, no, leave it. So far here. Black can play d8. White, but black can play c8 now.
Mm.
Yeah, so this move becomes better, but once again, if even in the position that we started with, a5 first would be better, because a5 almost forces white to reply to a4, or at least to d2, because if white doesn't do any of that, black will get to d2 themselves. And here, but here, yeah, a4 is a reply for black, and yeah, a4 is a reply for black, and once again, not really that great for black.
Mm.
So see something like c1 incoming, and at some point, once again, black will be have to make a choice. Do they play a7, allow an attack on this edge, or do they allow white to play a3?
Mm. And there's a Jan's pointed out as well. C7 would poison this move for black in the future, whereas at the moment black can play here without flipping this way, right?
Yeah. So yeah, I would first play a5 and then c7.
Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see which one they go for. If they go a5, it always makes me laugh a bit that we can just be watching and think this through, and they'll spend a bit longer and go for what we went for. But again, obviously, tournament conditions are quite different to watching it on a board with an evaluation bar.
Yeah, exactly. And for black now also, yeah, I just I just wanted to say that F8
Yeah.
is quite fun because it temporarily blocks access to C7, and one of few ways how white can try to get to c7 is by playing d2, but once again black would be first to play it. I mean c7. So it's quite a nice move.
So will white be looking at d2 now, do you think?
Um,
To get back on that diagonal?
not only to get to this diagonal, but it's a move that was on the radar for quite some time. So
Yes, yeah.
it's like natural move that doesn't flip any outside discs. So yeah.
Now white, I mean, I don't know if they have the option to realistically now, but they have that kind of tempo, I guess, at h2.
Yeah,
Um,
now is the time to consider it, because something like uh, C1 in white's D1, and where do we go there? So once again we will have to play H2 now at some point, and uh, there is another point that right now at least where I know white discs on uh, 7th row. So this unbalanced edge can be easily attacked. And in some
right, yeah,
scenarios, I already see that, for example, h2, black plays, for example, d2, d1, and we can try to even sacrifice it with g7. We will temporarily control diagonal. Black will have to find a move once again to cross it. We can either try to regain control of this diagonal, or we can play G2, sacrificing completely east edge of the board with h1 and h8, but getting so many temples and removing completely moves from black. So like
yeah.
I can see this as one of the strategies from this position. Something,
And
but
I was
but
yeah,
it requires very precise calculation. So you have to be
yeah.
sure you are not missing something obvious there.
I was saying earlier as well. I think Makoto has quite a distinctive style. Um, to me, his games always seem to have his pieces almost wrapping around his opponent's pieces, which I don't see very often. So, for example, if I play through here, he always seems to enjoy having his pieces on the outside and then playing small moves round the outside, almost chipping away at his opponent's block in the middle. Um, is that something you agree with or disagree with, or?
I don't know. It comes to opening's choice, in my opinion. So if he plays this type of openings, pretty sure if he chose to play other openings, he would play them kind of differently. I so I don't know how to explain this. You just look at the position as a whole and roping the discs around, or you look at all the available moves of your opponent, and you try to evaluate each one of them to say, for example, this is obviously bad, this is something to be considered, and so on. You just evaluate the position and look for the moves that gives the least amount of obvious or good responses to your opponent. Wow, that move I didn't expect, to be honest.
Right, yeah. Just before we look at it, someone pointed out as well, H2 D2.
D1.
Yeah, it must have meant D1. C must have meant C1 as well.
Yeah, C1.
Gives no access to E2, or must have been E1. Maybe I'm missing something there. I'll go back to the position, see where we are. So, white played
Oh,
this move.
yeah. Yeah, black response is quite obvious, so I'm absolutely sure Makoto expected that. But here, something like G2 can be played. I'm not sure if this is the best move, but
It's exciting.
no,
That's a
it's a must to move to be. It has to be considered because it seals black can't move anywhere in this region. Yes, we give up the edge that we potentially could have attacked, but it's the sealed parity zone. White don't have access, don't have the disc on this diagonal. They can't even take it immediately. We have to gain it somehow. And yeah, it's just nice tempo. Another move that I would consider here, but it's way more complicated to evaluate, is B2. We control both of diagonals. Yes, B2, this diagonal will be, yeah, will be cut for sure. With, for example, E1. And here I have no and here I have no idea what to do. Yeah.
Yeah, G2. Let's look at that. I think as well, given that black has parity, correct me if I'm wrong,
Yeah.
just beginning to play out the odd regions for black makes sense on quite a simple level.
Yeah, you mean with white G2 is okay, in my opinion.
So what I mean is this is a parity area for black, given that white can't play in it, which means that if black begins to play out the other odd regions, so here, for example, that's kind of just playing parity out, which is often
You know,
simple. But
in this particular position that we reached, I see the only move for white, and it is G7.
G7.
Yeah, they grab diagonal control, and now you told before that this A1 region is parity, sealed region is parity for black, but what do black play now? They have to play there, so
Yeah.
otherwise they're completely lost. Um,
Let's see
so
what we're.
maybe G2 immediately is not the best move, but somehow we should have removed the access to G7. For example, if you go back and edit and go back, or go back and edit, it doesn't matter. For example, here we play something like, as we discussed previously, yeah, this is the region we don't want to touch. But if we see G2, G7, no, go back. If we already looked at it, we considered it okay, but we don't like our position anymore after G2. So what do? We will have to play in this region. So what if we remove with this G7 with diagonal control from white? Yeah, A3. Just play A3.
I'm
And
getting the hang of this.
yep. And so now white has to play something. If they play something like a4, which is I don't think even the good move, now we can play G2.
Right, yes.
And
Okay, well,
an engine says it's still bad.
yeah, but
Uh,
engines don't know everything. So.
at least I tried.
And the ideas are still there, are still relevant for sure. So black did end up playing G2.
And why?
And white, yep, you're right.
They
White had
uh,
gone.
they basically, yeah, this is shuffle, the same idea, and the next move of black is you guessed it, a3.
It's almost like we can see the future.
Yeah.
Um, does white just go a4 here, or is there? Do they,
Um,
do they want that diagonal back? Is b2 feasible?
okay, so
b8.
black now threatens with if you go one move back.
Yep.
The threat of black is kind of obvious. It's to play h8, h7, a and h1 at some point. H1
Yeah.
can be postponed, depending on. So in order to not allow them to do so, white can take. Yeah, first of all, black will go to h8 for sure. Something maybe to try to consider is fighting for this diagonal with b2, but it fails completely right after the next move, a4. Of course, Makoto saw it, and our way to counter this attack on from black is to go to h1 before black reach there. So we have to cross this diagonal eventually, and he does it
Right.
with d8. It's quite logical. And
Yeah.
now, if black plays e8, white play h1, and if black responds to h8, then this sealed region with parity for black is no longer parity for black. White plays g1, for example, and regains all the control of the game. So, and if now and if we now play h8, I mean h1, black play h8. No, black don't play h8. They play g1, so they can remain this sealed parity region at least for e1 f1. Then white can play g8, for example, just a parity move to get to h7.
Yeah. So in this position, who would you be more comfortable being?
White for sure.
Okay.
Now it's interesting what black will decide. I bet on g1. I think if they play the issue is with parity. By the way, when we decide what to play, for example, if we compare G1 with H8, the reason behind is that the overall parity. It seems like okay, this is free versus free, G1 or H8. Does it really matter what to play right now? But it's a huge difference because now this region E1 F1 remains sealed for the rest of the game before white plays any of these moves. But if we play H8 first, then white won't play there first. Yeah, this region will be remain like this. So white will play something like G1, for example, and oh, you can see the evaluation bar. Yeah, they changed the transcript, so actually G1 wasn't played by black, and H8 was played by black. But this is, I think, this is a huge mistake. So just, yeah, and you can see. Let's go to the live position. What happened in the real game? And now black already played B8. So why they play B8? If you go back a little bit, if you look at this position, white has parity, and in the end of the game, if everything plays out like normally, then black will have to play H7 first, and white will respond with G8 on the last move, most likely flipping a lot of discs, including the bottom row. So what Michele did, he said, okay, I'm fine with giving up, giving you G8 and A8, and played B8 himself.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's logic. That's the logic behind it. But white don't have to play G8 once again. You can just, even though for many intermediate players it will seem like, oh, okay, fine, it's great, I just grab. The H7 will be sealed till the rest of the game, and black will get the parity. And here it is more important to have parity and have tempos. Yeah. I was scared there for a second. So once again, white doesn't have to play there. They can just play the rest of the board and see what happens.
That makes sense. And now, like for example, E1 is quite a big move, isn't it? That's
yeah,
a lot of,
it's a lot of stable discs, but the idea is clear. If you play E1, you will, if you have played E1, you would have give perfect G2 response with parity grab for sure for black. No, G2. Or B2, sorry. Yeah.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Yeah, and this diagonal control can be crossed. For example, G8 H7 will reflip this G7 disc, and eventually white will have to play something like A2 or B1.
Okay.
So yeah, and in this position it looks very, very bad for black. Yeah, because once again we arrive earlier to A1, a bunch of huge moves, and here by the way, if you look at this position, what we come through, now we can play G8 comfortably, because what else will black play except for H7? It was only A7 giving up everything.
Yeah, so comfortable in the end. But a close game leading up to that point, I think it was
Yeah,
lots of learning.
you can take a look at the timers. So I'm not sure how accurate they are, but Michele
But
with
it gives you an
4 seconds. Yeah, that
it's all
was a
that.
great game.
Last,
Yeah, let's take a look at our results. So top boards, no results yet. Any bets on draw on table one? By the way,
let's just have a quick
I don't think there was a draw because it would be finished by now. Um, uh,
draw on table 5.
yeah. No transcript, so we don't know if what kind of draw is this. Some players draws are very rare in Othello, like chess, and I believe some players contribute to this percentage a lot.
Yes.
Um,
And I do have the link to the article about it, so I'm just going to send that in the chat.
oh, please do,
This is
because
written by
yesterday I heard that there is such article, but I couldn't find it on Othello.
written by our very own president, Guy Plowman. Any sharing of the surname there is coincidental.
Matthias Berg won versus Vidar Albrechtsen. Albrechtsen.
Yep.
Okay, Kelvin Koch lost. Yusuke Takanashi won
Katie's
expectedly.
having another good tournament, I think.
Yeah,
So
Katie,
she's 6th.
Katie is great. Oh, Alexander won Melnikov. That's
Yep.
great news. Very close game between Mark Taste and House.
Oh, yes.
Bierte.
Yeah.
Imre,
Interesting.
Imre leader lost to Chinese girl.
Oh, yes.
That she's quite strong. Um,
I know Imra has his routines about not eating too much before playing.
oh,
Um,
I have the same routine, by the way. I remember I just fell asleep in the second half of the tournament, and I just couldn't concentrate or think. So I just eat some very little during the lunch break during the tournament. So my brain continued to somewhat work.
that is, yeah, fair enough. Oh, right. Well,
We can
an
take a
exciting.
we I will be monitoring the results of first three of table one and table three. We can look
Yep.
at the standings. We don't have updated standings. We can take a look by the categories, by the teams. Previous round 9 was a huge blow to Swiss team. They were leading up to this point, I believe. Yeah, please go to standings.
And
Um,
then round
no, round 9, round 9.
9. Oh,
Yes,
yeah, yeah, that
this
is
is the
previous.
latest. And let's take a look. So Yamakawa is in sole lead with 8 points. Kento around 7.5. Uh, 6 players with 7 points.
Mm.
hmm Yeah,
And of course, the top 6 players are all Japanese as well, aren't they? So
yeah, some more than others. um, yeah, so we arrived to that point. Um,
oh, yes. A good point, though, in the chat. Where is Mark? Here we go. He won a game. A good win. Just have to keep on top of that.
are you proud?
So proud. He's improved very, very much in the last couple of years.
Nice,
But the
nice,
way
nice.
he thinks is quite different to me. So the games that we have together are quite close. But in a tournament, when he has lots of time to think. He's just like a computer. It's a bit scary.
Nice.
So,
Let's take a look different categories and standings. Just click on the
yeah.
open. Click on the open and we'll see.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so
Did very well.
Katie in sole lead, and I believe did she win this round? Yeah. So she will have 7 points after this round. Uh, Anna won also. She will be catching up with 6 points, or not catching up by, but following Katie. And Japanese. She also won. Gabriela. Very nice. And kids, expectedly, Kelvin is doing well, but he lost this round, and by huh? And Chen also lost. Yeah, Chen also lost, so he will remain. Maybe the tiebreak will decide otherwise, but none of them gain points.
Yeah.
And let's take a look at teams before this round is finished.
It's close still.
Yeah, it's quite close, and Urana should win Yamakawa in order to gain points for Team Japan.
Yeah.
Because Takashi Yamakawa is an extra spot that doesn't count towards team score. Yeah, so 1 point Kanashi already brought to the team in Swiss. One draw, and Matthias also brought 1 point. So very close. It will be very close finish.
Yeah, it's an exciting tournament so far, and of course we haven't even started the semi-finals and finals. So
yeah, it's always the most exciting part of any World Othello Championship. It's always. And
I think
partly because no draws are beneficial to any of the players if they are not already won a game in the match. So we hopefully we won't see much of that in the finals, or even semis. Okay, so Seiya Kurita won against Shiki Shimamura, 34-30. No game transcript yet, and we only wait for exciting results of Yamakawa Takashi, Rana Kenta, table 1, and table 11, Larry versus Felix. I'm afraid to butcher the surname of our good friend Larry. Pihlayapuro. Pihlayapuro. It's my guess. I apologize in advance.
Table 1 is in. I'm sure that was an exciting, closely fought battle.
Oh.
Anyway, moving on. Only table 11 left then, I guess. I was going to say before that like it would have been a good table to watch, but maybe we were indeed watching the most exciting game.
Yeah, we definitely watched an interesting game. I enjoyed it very much, and I'm pretty sure there is Ben Seeley somewhere, and if he's watching this, he will be very upset with my logic and comments.
Yes, and yeah. So 2 draws. I think this was kind of a decisive game for this round. Good stuff.
Felix won his game, so it is 1-2. No, Felix doesn't count towards team standings, so his win won't affect team standings. Yeah, exciting race because how many times in a row Japan Team Japan won the title?
Many. I think all the years that I've done it, they've won the team title. So
We need George on in the commentary booth
yes,
because he is just a walking encyclopedia. But unfortunately for commentators and luckily for everybody else, he is playing himself.
interestingly, this one looks like a good game. It's not one of the we've seen, but it'll be interesting to look at afterwards. Is that all the results? Now looks like it. Yes.
Yeah, it wasn't a draw line. Okay, so let's take a break, I suggest, and
Yep.
uh,
Standings.
no, first let's look at the standings.
So there is someone in the clear lead now on 8.5, whereas there are 4 people on 8.
No,
But
Takashi was already in the sole lead in after ninth round,
yeah, my
so
mistake. Yep.
he remained the lead, and
Um,
lots of people catching up.
yeah, it's still kind of quite open of who could make semis, isn't it? Because in theory, anyone on 7 points could.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there will be playoff as well.
Yes. So it'll be exciting to see.
Very close and
Netherlands
very tough
rise
field.
to. Oh, right. Okay, let's go through this methodically before taking a break for lunch. So Katie is now in the lead in the women's category.
Yep, she remained her lead, even though
Remains
her
with
her
Anna
followers
in.
also won their games.
Yep. Calvin remains in the lead. Japan remain in the lead for the team. Swiss in second. But Netherlands, as Jan has pointed out, have risen to third place, which is exciting.
Yeah, and Japan extended the lead by 1 point.
Yeah, so still close, still all to play for. But yeah, an exciting result. And I think one of my favourite memories of commentating for the World Championships was Jan's impressive performance in Italy, in Rome. He just went on an absolute blinder of a
Yeah,
streak, just the game.
I remember when I was following it, it was amazing, yes.
It was a good year, that one. Cool. Shall we take a break for lunch then?
Yeah, when will be coming back?
So the round will start at 12:40. So it will be in an hour.
In an hour. Okay.
Whatever time it is for people. I keep trying to work it.
Sorry, could you repeat this? I accidentally, prematurely. Look,
Yep.
could you please repeat that because nobody heard what you said.
Yes. Thank you all for watching. See you all in an hour for round 11.
Yeah. Ciao.
Hello and welcome back to the 47th World Othello Championships in Turkey. We are about to start round 11. Before we do, let's take a quick look at what's happened after round 10. We've got that up on the screen for you at the moment, the open. Hello and welcome back to 47th World Othello Championships in Turkey. Sorry, no, that's fine. I was just listening to myself a minute ago on my phone. We've got the open standings there, and if you look through the names at the top, you'll notice that there's a very strong Japanese feel to it now. So the three top Japanese players, Yamakawa Takashi Yamakawa, Kento Urano, and Yosuke Takanashi, are in the top three spaces, separated by half a point. Then we have the Dutch player, Makoto Sukuni, who is obviously from Japanese. He grew up in Japan. He's residing in the Netherlands at the moment. And then we've got Seiya Kurita, who is himself a Japanese world champion. So that's the five top places. You might be wondering why there's an extra Japanese position. They've actually got an extra player. It's because I can't remember which one of them it was, but one of them won the Asia Confederation tournament and won entry as a solo player, playing under the Japanese flag but not contributing to the team. I think I've got that right. If I've got it wrong, then someone please correct me. Following on from those five players who are all on 8, except for Yamakawa, who's on 8.5. We've got China's Du Juji on 7, Shiki Shimomura on 7, who is another Japanese player who's residing in Canada at the moment and playing for Canada. Michaela Barassi on 7, who was leading the field until the last couple of rounds. Nicky van den Bigelaar, the Dutch player, coming up strongly in the latter stages. And Arthur Junier, the Swiss player. There are another number of players on 7 points as well, and you will notice that there's Katie Pilajapuro on 7. She's the leading female player at the moment. She's from Finland. We also have Matthias Berg and Felix Renier, who are both Swedish as well. So although the Japanese have got the top spots at the moment, Swiss players are only 1 point behind if you're looking at the individual scores. If we actually look at Dimitri, who's controlling the flip the disc screen?
You are.
I am? Okay, so if I go to flip the disc and I go... Okay, so if we actually go to the team score, you will see that Japan is actually 3 points clear now, so that's kind of 1 point per player, so it could change within one round. And the Netherlands are now coming on strong against Switzerland for second place, China not far behind. If we look at the female category, we've got Katie at the top, as just mentioned, Anna Zheng from China on 6, and Miu Matsu.
Guy, my apologies. I agree, it's very important to remind everyone. We went briefly through this after the round was finished, but the game of Kurita and Barassi already started. Maybe we will go straight to it.
Okay, wasn't aware that it started, so if you...
Yeah, just rounds, press rounds and click on the game, the green light, and open it full screen. Yeah.
There we go.
That should do it.
Okay, this looks pretty standard opening so far. And by the way, hello, I'm Olli from Finland. You might know me with my nickname Yokumumi online. I'm joining for this one game to commentate this round, but I still have some things to do today. So, but anyway,
And you're welcome, Ollie.
thank you.
And Luke's taking a bit of a break, so I've stepped back from some of the tournament direction duties to come and do the commentary from Turkey itself. And yeah, Ollie, so you were saying looks like a pretty standard opening so far. I think it's one we've seen a number of times already.
Yeah, so nothing special yet, but we'll see.
Who in chat can count how many games Michele Barassi was on stream today and yesterday? I believe it's every game.
I don't know, but sometimes we've had multiple people, we've had multiple tables.
Oh,
and so
my apologies. Also, we got the game of Makoto Suikuni versus Takashi Yamakawa table 1. So we have we can switch between them, but let's focus on one of them. So we have an option this round.
But isn't it right that basically Mikael cannot play draws anymore? So basically we probably won't see any book draws anymore from him.
No, that's where did you get that information from?
No, I mean that.
Right. Okay.
He has to start to play to win the games. But
yes, exactly. So I mean, I wrote an article about book draws on the World Othello Federation website, which you might want to go and read. But basically, a book draw is not necessarily two players agreeing to play a draw. But once they have decided to go down a certain opening route, especially if they play each other a lot and know the opening well between them, it sometimes forces them into a position where they have to play out the rest of the game knowing it's a draw or lose. And so whilst it's not necessarily an agreed draw,
that's correct.
It can be a kind of forced line because they both know that they will lose otherwise. But as you say, Ollie, the bad thing about drawing is you actually lose half a point every time. So there have been a number of draws in the early rounds of this tournament, and it's not always clear how deeply the players have known the openings, but when they get to every half point they drop means that in this case Michele, he's got how many players ahead of him now? Can't remember off the top of my head, but it's like 5 or 6 players ahead of him, and that's a result of drawing. So he now has to go for wins, and in doing so he will change his opening style, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's correct, because most likely he will have some kind of like specific openings ready for like that he can use when like if in semifinals or maybe he has to go from them earlier if he need it. And I think now is the time, he cannot anymore just play a standard normal opening that everybody knows.
Yeah.
So let's see. Yeah. Let's see what he does.
That's often the case, especially in the World Championships, that players they save back their most prepared openings for the finals. They hope they can get there without having to use them, and then exactly. They can spring them on their opponents. And I remember that happened a couple of years ago when Kurita won 13 out of 13 in the Swiss and then lost in the semi-finals, and it was through specific opening preparation that happened. And obviously he came back and avenged that the next year. But obviously, if you aren't going to reach the semi-finals, then your extra special preparation is going to be utterly wasted. So some players will then introduce their special preparation earlier. And as you say, Michele's kind of in that situation now.
But this is not I don't recognize this opening anymore. So most likely this is no longer a book. Or what do you guys think?
I think it is not book for you,
Mm.
but it doesn't, or for me in that sense, it doesn't mean that players are not in the book yet.
Yeah. But
They seem to be thinking. I mean, sometimes you do think even if you're in book, because you have to start thinking at some point, and if you play your openings too quickly, and then start thinking a bit too late, it can be catastrophic. So you do need to get into their mindset of thinking, even if you're still in book. But they are taking their time on their moves. So it could be that they're out of book now, or at least one of them is out of book.
but the position looks pretty okay for both, I guess.
Yeah.
So probably black will take that side now. Or what do you guys think?
Well, if black is going to take that side now, the move to do it would be G.
G4. G4 looks good
Okay.
also. Yeah, he played that.
But G8 was quite interesting because you would probably get a shared edge at the bottom, but black seems to want to have C7 as well after doing that.
Mm.
So now G3, D2, F2 would mean that black could play out the bottom edge and still get C7 at the end of it. So if black then goes G8 and white takes the other end with B8, I can show that and probably expose what's going wrong. So after white, black can come down here. White doesn't have access to the wedge and probably doesn't want to lose another tempo. So he would go there, and then black now has this move.
I'm kind of expecting white to play G3 right now.
Yeah.
You know, to block this move to C7. It looks really natural, but we'll see.
But yeah, I mean, there are other ways of taking that. Well, one other way of taking that disc is H6, and it's bigger and it's louder, and but it doesn't seem as bad as it doesn't seem as bad as it first feels. It takes away the F4 disc. White doesn't, and black doesn't have access to G3 or to H4 immediately. If he takes the bottom edge with G8, then white has access to the wedge. If black takes the bottom edge with E8, then he flips both F7 and G7. So it's not as bad as it seems, and it also takes away the D2 move. So that could be an option.
How about playing B6 as white right now? No, okay, that
So
G3 was played.
which was the first line I was suggesting, but
So is black now going to take the side? It's kind of like tempting to go there. I mean, with that E8 move. Because it gives you disc to E5 also.
So say that again.
I mean that if you, it's if I would be playing most likely here e8 as black right now. Because at some points you want to take that. So yeah, okay.
Okay. Now C7 feels relatively forced.
It looks
just
good,
because,
yeah.
Just because it would mean that black has got both of those two moves on that bottom edge, and white's building up a wall on the top.
Yeah, so because basically white doesn't want to give black the move to c7. White, well, it's not like the end of the world if black gets that move.
No. But if black's going to take another move down there, you may as well give him the 5-on-4.
Yeah, and also again, you could play like c7 or b6 even, but with
Yes. But after c7, if black wants to take an extra move down there, then the 5-on-4 means that white does have more choice later about how to play out the bottom right-hand corner.
How about h4?
So Mark Bertrand, yes, has suggested that there is a problem with c7, and I think this is what you were alluding to as well, Ollie, is if that black doesn't take b8 quickly, immediately, then white would have a problem playing g7 later, because he would flip the 7 row. And Michaela's chosen b6 anyway.
But now like b5 looks really
yeah,
the best move. Do we agree on that?
Yes, b5 at this point was the reason that I dismissed thinking about b6, but I don't claim to be as good as Michaela, so
yeah, it looks like a black must play now b5. What else is there even?
And then black. And then, I would say b5, and then black's got c7 again, and white can't do anything about it now. Just got to let him take it.
By the way,
I'm not sure that b6 is correct. But again,
it looks really even right now still. So like it couldn't have been, if it was a mistake, it was really small one. But I don't think it's super even. If I would have to pick side, I don't know, would I pick whites or blacks? I have no idea. It looks so even to me.
Yes, it is indeed very even, and I just wanted to check if it's some popular line, but apparently in Tor database it was not found after just a few moves. So only some 2001 computer games on the server online between two engines. So and even after that, this current position and even few moves before, it was not really played top level over the board.
That's good. But let's if black plays now b5, white probably plays d2, or what else? Maybe h4.
By the way, Guy, feel free to illustrate the lines with edit button. Look, use that function a lot.
Okay.
For the viewers, for example, if we play there, and when you press it again, you will go back to left position.
Okay. So what Ollie is suggesting is, well, this is.
Yeah.
I think we agree that this is probably the really very natural and good response to b6. And the question is, what does white play next? Black's now got this move here, c7. and there's not a lot White can do about it. He can take it away by playing b2, but that's ludicrous.
That's something that I would play, yeah.
Of course. So I mean, well, it is a ludicrous move because obviously it's an X square, it's next to the corner, it's easy for Black to cut. But nevertheless, you kind of, if you're thinking in words, then the kind of thing you are thinking with is, I wish that White didn't have the move, the disc at e5. Can I take it away? And you look round the board and you have a look at, and you say, yes, he can take it away. But then you say to yourself, no, I'm really not going to do that. But the question is, yeah, where does White go now? So d2 is
one option.
It gives a very natural response at c1, and c7 is still available, and probably Black's going to get both of those.
The other one would be like h4.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about.
That's what I was going to suggest.
Now Black can of course play that c7 square.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
so I guess this is like the one that we expect the most, probably.
Yeah.
And now we could see an X square already. But
yes, exactly. I think that h4 is my third option.
Actually, after h4, I would be rather worried about not c7 immediately, but f2. Could you play h4?
What after?
Yeah, h4. Yeah. So here, if we remove now we have move f2. If we play c7 first, for example, just c7 h6. When we play f2, we no longer we give very nice and quiet d2, because there won't be any discs on d column. So
okay, say that again so I can play through it.
So my suggestion is to play f2 first. We kind of force them either play h6 or d2, and d2 now is not as good as as if the whole d column would be black. So I think it's subtle but kinda important in this position.
Yeah, because now.
Or maybe it's maybe I'm just saying complete nonsense, because, for example, after h6 for White, it will be still the best to play for Black as a c7. I don't know. Maybe it just transposes one into another, or but I would definitely prefer f2 in this position.
But Black is taking a lot of time to to consider the b5 move, which I thought was pretty straightforward. So he's probably thinking of something else also in that position. What could it even be? Like a d2 maybe? d2.
So what happens after d2 though?
White probably plays f2, of course, and then Black can think of maybe e1, or I don't know. It still looks like a pretty straight b5 for me.
Yeah.
But I'm just thinking, what else could he even be? Like, what else is there?
I would also consider h2.
We know you would.
Oh, I'm not not g2, h2.
Yeah, no. Oh, and
okay.
That's not me demonstrating. So I was laughing at you, Dimitri, but Michaela agrees with you.
Well, that's not a bad move. It's It's just not something I would. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's still okay, but
my idea behind it is what white play now. So they've immediately they don't have a move to h7 right away, so they will either have to play something like h6 h7, which makes our h2 move kind of pay out, or they have to play this region where black has quite easy responses. So
but
d2,
now
d2, c2, or once again maybe not c2 but b5 once again. Oh,
Okay,
or even this.
we've got two new moves as well. So it looks like they had both considered this option when they were thinking, but white goes to d2.
I still wonder why black doesn't like this b5 move, because it looked to
I
me
don't know. I don't know. I agree.
Mm.
I agree.
Uh,
Black has gone to f2 as well.
my idea is
Um,
that my understanding why Kurita is postponing this move is because he kinda, if he plays b5 now, his f2 later won't be, or at least won't feel as good. Uh,
Mm.
but if he plays it now, I don't know. I am absolutely sure that Seiya calculates it and knows way better than I do. Maybe he has some other ideas in mind, but that's what I would think in this situation.
Well, now it must be a b3. You know, everything else looks very bad.
Yep.
b3 is a must now, because white doesn't want to play b4 after it, because it gives black a good move to c7.
No, it's not necessarily a good move, but I think after before it would be c2, and then black will have to make a bad move. That's how I see this. So not necessarily the c7 itself, because okay, they go c7, we go b8. What's the deal? Um, White won't be able to attack this for quite a long time, and but this c2 move, in case of before, it makes black's position very bad in my view. So yeah, I absolutely agree that b3 is a must. Just I was trying to try to explain this to someone who maybe doesn't see it. It's great that all three of us
Mm.
anonymously
But
decided.
now, like the moves that I would be considering would be, of course, the b4. It looks okay, and also a3 is something I would be considering. And okay, this one I didn't consider. Now, this was interesting.
And that's the problem with taking unbalanced edges like black has done on the right hand side, and especially with another edge on the bottom. It's that because it's messy and you don't get to choose when to play there, white actually has a lot of options of when to play there and how to play there. And in two-player strategy games in general, having options is good. If you have more options than your opponent, you can tend to force the game. But in some ways, black has, in taking that edge, has forced white to respond to it quite early. So at least some of the potential of white's play on that side has gone. And black also has an option there now. But that's generally the reason why I wouldn't take an edge like that Dimitri and Michaela would. But I think that they're both better than me. So, and it can work if you manage to run your opponent out of moves, and they have to play out in an uncomfortable way.
Speaking of running out of moves, what would you suggest here for black? What would you consider?
I would be considering, of course, c7 and b4.
Yeah,
between those.
And I think I would look at b4 first, because black has the diagonal from h2 to d6, so white doesn't have the immediate response to c7. I would then need to ask.
Wait, is it so? For example, I'm not sure that white will really want to go to. So if white wants to go to c7, that's the real issue with creating such a construction, especially with a gap with h2 and h5, is that white can play, for example, a move like h4, but I might be wrong here, and they cut this diagonal and gain access. That's what I mean.
That's what I was going to say. Is like the white natural response to me would have been c7. So just go back. c7 has actually been played by black.
Yeah.
But what I was saying was, edit. If black goes here, white doesn't have access to c7, and that's a feature. And so I'd ask myself the question: is it an important feature? And then I would say to myself, well, white can play over here and here and get that access back there quickly. And as black, do I want to play there if they do that? So there's a number of things to think about.
Yeah, and the most important, in this position is c2, because c2 removes access for black to this move, and it's really position starting to crumble. Just one move c2. If you miss it, I believe that's why before it was.
Right. Okay. So just to go back again, then, what you were saying was, if black goes here, then c2.
C2. What's the move for?
It is
black?
an important move for white.
It's very important. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And even though it at the end of this position it gives quite c1, that c1 itself, first of all, it crawls to another edge, which can be exploited by white, and most importantly, it completely ruins the idea of c7, because having a disc on c1, c7 will be just awful for black.
Yeah. So I'm still. I mean, this seems to be an outworking of h2 rather than b5, and I'm still curious as to why b5 wasn't played. And I'm not going to keep harping on about it, but I now feel that without evaluating and calculating, I would much rather be white than black in this position.
Okay, but now we saw an X square. That was nice.
Quite a safe X square.
Yeah, I liked it because the other move, which would have been considered, would have been b4 probably, and then black would have had like a e1 move, e1, yeah. But yeah, now it looks. It still looks pretty close game to me. But where does black move now? I guess
the most natural response would be a4.
a4, yeah. I completely agree with you there.
So not only because it cuts diagonal, but mostly because it removes c2, and it kind of like the usual pair of moves that we play on the edges. So something like that.
Right. So just to show that on the board, Dimitri has been worried about white playing here and just getting an extra move because black has no good moves on the top and it doesn't give him any more. And so he's saying if black plays a4, then the c6 disc gets flipped and white no longer has access here.
Yeah.
And probably the next two moves might go like that, and white is still off here. So then it's white having to make a decision about how to play the top or the right-hand side, and both of them have negative features. If he plays up here, in f1, f2 gets flipped, and then black can play out this pair on the right-hand side and get access to c2 himself. And obviously, a3 has its negative sides as well, because if black does choose to take the corner.
In the position that we are shown right now, for white, I would consider G1.
Right.
The
But that also flips f2, and black can still play out h6 and h4 and get access to c2. So,
but
either way, what I'm saying is I think that your c4 option is a good. This is a good move. I think.
Let's see if Saya agrees with me.
But I'm pretty sure that we will see a4 now, because everything else. What else is there even?
There's the corner immediately. I mean, is the other option.
Yeah, but that doesn't seem like a move that you have to make right away.
No, it doesn't. I was thinking it also takes the c6 disc. And if white plays b8 immediately, he doesn't get access back, but he doesn't have to play b8 immediately. So
exactly, yeah.
So it's not.
By playing a4, we don't seal any region of the board for ourselves, and if we take right away, white will just play something like a3, or maybe, I don't know, b4, something along these lines, and keep this b8 forever sealed until they really need this tempo. And I think this will be a huge advantage. So I highly doubt that Saya will take the corner.
I mean, I was thinking aloud, and I guess black could also play out h6, h4.
Yeah, but why? Why is the question?
There's no point. I mean, you just said what else? What else could black do? And
I agree. I mean, black of course he could play h6. There's no reason why not to, but somehow it feels more natural to go to a4 and leave that for later. Absolutely. I mean, there could be strong strategic reasons for playing h6 later in the game to take a diagonal whilst threatening to take a corner, so forcing white's move in return. And it can also get access to possibly taking both diagonals. I mean, not necessarily both at the same time, but the important one. Right.
I'm a little bit surprised by the time consumption on this particular move by Saya.
Yeah. So it means that he might surprise us again.
Yes. That tends to be the
Probably not.
doesn't it? But it means that we can then say for the rest of the game, why didn't he play a4? I'm sure he's
Yeah. Like we can say that I would have played this b5 move.
Yeah.
We both like that, but but anyway.
Yeah, most likely he just considers not the a4 but all the continuations after that, and what he
possibly,
prepares
but
for that.
If all of the decent lines are after a4 response, then surely you play out the a4 and then have a look with the board a bit further developed, rather than have to do an extra step in your head.
Yeah.
Okay, he's played it.
I absolutely
No,
agree with you. I use your opponent's time. Well, first of all, your opponent will cut a lot of lines, and secondly, you can use your opponent's time while he's thinking
Yeah.
to continue calculating. So then you see kind of intuitive move. But once again, it's intuitive for us mere mortals who are
Well,
commentating.
and obviously we're not playing in the 11th round of the World Championships right now, so
Obviously, yes.
the brilliant thing about Othello is it's easy to make mistakes, and so for example in chess, when you're looking ahead, you're changing the board very little with each move, and so that although there's more options, the visualization can be quite straightforward because you move a pawn and the board's exactly the same, but the pawn's in a different place. With Othello, you've got maybe sometimes up to a third of the board changing it on a given move, and so it can make the visualization more difficult. But what? Go on.
But yeah, here I think white has like many options here. Maybe, of course, A5 is one first that you could play, but I didn't like the
Continuation
I
that
probably
you look
wouldn't.
for. You mean A5?
A5 is one that could be played here.
Yeah, but
It's like a
B4 is such an obvious response, and black is still off C2. Sorry, white is still off C2.
How about A3?
well, that's what I hate about these positions. Everything seems viable, so it's so hard to calculate. The tree grow. Usually, I like calculating forced lines because it's easy, it's fun. You can do it pretty deep, but here you have on the move one so much to consider, and all the responses to the decision tree grows extremely fast. And here literally A6, A5, B4, A3, and he went for it. And by the way,
He went for the.
I didn't even finish the list because I would also consider H3, H4, and maybe even G7. G7 looks fun.
Yeah, and so this white move is keeping the edges nice and neat. The B7 sacrifice is trying to get wedges, and this keeps an even region in that bottom left. So as if black takes the corner at any point or anywhere else, then it goes black, white, and white gets his 2 wedges if it stays like this. The downside is the B4 move, which flips C5 back, as we looked at earlier.
But I guess we are expecting B4 right now. Oh,
okay.
Well, why not? Why not? But
well,
he can do that and then play B4.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's spoiling.
He's got access to C2, but would it have made any difference had it been in the other order?
Yeah. Yes, because then he had much better G7, because all the G column was black except for G6.
Okay, unless a new move is made, let's have a quick look at that. So we were all thinking that black would go here first.
Yeah.
So what's the difference between doing that and playing out this now and playing out this first and then going here?
The difference is G7.
Oh, so play out this pair now?
You can play G7. No, no. It's white move, G7.
Okay, so sacrifice the bottom corner as well.
Yeah, that's the difference. because
Okay.
in our scenario it looks a bit better for black because
So going black, white, black.
Yeah, I guess white plays now G7.
And you're saying this is a bit better.
it looks
I
like
don't know.
it looks a little bit better. I
Okay.
don't know.
The interesting thing is that it's certainly different. So there was
Yeah.
thought
No,
put into playing
I,
out the pair first.
I see scenarios when we play out and sacrifice h1 somehow, or play around it. Or another thing that if they were to play something like f1 or I know e1 is now absolutely I don't know. Looks bad. So I just I can't explain why I think this better. To be honest, it's just it's a
Intuition,
feeling,
experience.
intuition. Yeah, just
But what else is there besides G7 right now for white?
mm, oh, remember
H3.
I said that there is a nice G1 in one of the lines. So now you can see after they play it doubted, G1 is not that good anymore because C2 can be played immediately
Yeah, that's
without
true.
but it's based on an assumption that G1 in the first place in previous position was good. Maybe it was awful. Who
Well,
knows?
yeah, and even though black couldn't play C2 before when you were suggesting G1, black could always play out that pair on the right hand side, H6, H4, and
Oh,
then take it anyway.
white, you mean? Yeah. No, wait,
No,
no,
black
black.
would have played about. Yeah, so
Uh,
black would have played H6, and
uh-huh.
white would have taken H4, as has happened. So even if it's
Yeah.
after G1, then black would have access to C2.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
Okay, so the X square has been taken. And now in this situation, I would normally expect black to take the corner immediately because
Why?
because maybe not actually. Okay, on first glance, I would expect it because there's two spaces leading out either G8 or H3 to follow for black. So it would be black corner and then Mi between H3 and G8, and black either saves the bottom edge or saves the right hand edge, and makes the left hand more palatable, the left hand bottom corner more palatable. But I think you're right. White can't really do anything there because if he flips G3, there's a swindle down the bottom, so black doesn't have to do it immediately
Yeah,
to
but
get that advantage.
you have to also assess if this swindle is good for you because for example, I play it's a white's turn and I play h3, and you don't take h8, you play g8, and I play h1. Okay, yeah, you have this spare tempo, but wait, I also have g1 with g2 without your access to g2 after this line. So it's kind of not so obvious if we want white to play h3 and go for the single. But it's really close in my opinion.
Yeah, usually if I play with black discs, I try to find a way to get parity for myself. Okay, that was an interesting move, by the way. So I like to,
Wow.
have that one empty move in the corner. So, but it's a completely. I agree with you. It wasn't like straightforward if you should take the swindle or not.
Hmm.
But Oh,
By the way, this move by black, this trick for white we had before, could you go one move earlier, guy?
Yeah.
And edit mode. Well, I have to make a move, right? We can't move for white here. I just wanted to illustrate one possible trick, but whatever we place, I guess maybe D1, I don't know.
that
What,
move
for
to
black?
C2 was actually a pretty good move, I think.
C2 was a really nice
I'm
move.
going to go back to the game because
Yeah.
another move
Sure,
has been played.
It's
Sure.
it's. But
Okay.
anyway, I would definitely go for the swindle here because I like the fact that I have this. He will get the corner, of course, and also the G2 move at some point.
Yeah, G2 will be massive.
If now black takes the corner, it looks like white will have a parity.
Not necessarily. Something that, okay, well, it's going to happen quickly now. But if black had taken the corner and white had taken the wedge, then black could have gone to A7 and taken the whole 7 row and left the bottom 2 spaces. Get the last move there as well.
I think no. The issue is look at B3, B4, A4, and A3. I believe at some point, and that was the whole plan of this, why black should be better, because I see that at some point they almost will have to this threat of white's A3 or removing B3 before that will give swindle to Seiya to black with B8 A8 consecutively. This threat is very alive right now, and
Okay, in
white
some
has
form.
to play really carefully, like I don't know, E1, which looks like a really ugly move, just to invite black to play A3 themselves, so they have at least one disc on this B line, because it's crucial for white to have black's disc on B line.
So a big question here is, can white avoid flipping B3 and B4?
What prevent?
Can white play
yeah.
out
Can they
the
prevent
top of the
this?
board
Yeah.
without flipping B3 and B4 and giving black the swindle at B8?
It's an interesting question.
And also, like now black has the diagonal to from H8 B or C3, which could be potentially like something good to have.
Yeah,
So
it's not.
It might mean that.
It's not obvious that white's getting back on there, is it?
Like
all.
if like C2 turns at some point, it might open up like a B2 move for black, but we'll see. It's something to consider, but not necessarily anything that will play out. But
Yeah, it does. It looks like a very strong diagonal.
But now, if like a white plays G1, I guess black has to play G2. That looks like a forced continuation. How about anything else? Like D1? D1 looks okay, or what do you guys think?
I think that
I don't. I'm expecting G1, but it could be also D1.
I'm expecting G1, and it's difficult to know what to do for black afterwards.
Oh, just play G2.
Right.
G2
okay. And then white plays F1.
No,
Black.
you
I
play. You decide play d1 or e1. You have always a move there. So and eventually you will arrive to b2 with the diagonal control, and it will be really hard
Okay.
for for white not to flip the whole b column.
But anyway, G2 is now like only move that makes any sense. So we will see it's fast. Okay.
So White's questions here are, how can I play out this top edge so that I don't flip b3 and b4, and b2 for black is not an extra move that I just can't deal with, and I have to flip it to give him the corner as well.
But now I think the diagonal from h8 to like a c3 is pretty important, because now it looks like how can white avoid that black will play b2 at some point later? How can white avoid it?
And
Because
that's what I meant by a strong diagonal, even though I mean, even when it was originally played and you referred to it, I hadn't looked at it, but when you referred to it, I looked at it and I thought it's really not obvious that can be cut. The only disc that can be flipped is c3, and that obviously is on the end of the diagonal, so it can be taken back again. But it might.
So actually now I think that black is probably. I cannot see like a way to white to escape this bad endgame. So black is actually winning. Do we agree?
It feels like it.
Unless white finds a way of playing out the top, getting the last move, not flipping b3 and b4. It may be that the corner it doesn't have to be fought over. White just gives black the corner. That's the only way that I can see white winning now.
Even if white avoids this swindle to be 8, which he will probably do, it still looks like black will get enough discs probably. Now I will bet that we will be staying here. Oh, he played this one.
Just to complicate things. I mean, if he's looked, at least in principle, to the end of the game and is considering it a loss, then he might just be playing moves to complicate it.
It's like C1.
It's a really good practical move, I believe. So what do you respond? You want to play c1, but then you have to move first to e8. With no, that's the way guy was talking about how to proceed. So if you play c1, d1, and this region is sealed completely, and it's your move. You can't force white to play anything there. So I would seriously consider d1
yeah.
instead of
d1. Yeah, d1. Yeah, it could be. It's kind of move that I always many times I overlook moves like that. But now that you mention it, it looks okay.
It's quite easy to calculate now, because d1. Okay, if they play c1, we take right away. So the a1. So they will play something like f1, and then because we flip c2, if we play, say Kurita is showing us masterclass, and if we play,
yeah, sure, we will say, we will see that.
Oh, I
okay,
did.
What was that?
we won't see it. I didn't expect that. That's fun.
Let's take the corner now. Or why not? Why not? There's no way white will get enough discs now. A1 looks obvious.
Yeah, maybe he saw that Seiya saw the winning line, that b2 is incoming, and there is nothing better he can do than play e2 and lose. And also our consideration, as you can see, they both have 1.5 minutes on the timer, but this is not 100% accurate. Maybe Michele is already on seconds. Quite possible.
Yeah. But now it's all completely Black's game. But it was really nice game, I think.
It was so
Really
close. It was really nice. And when White went wrong, okay, can you remember this exact moment?
When White went to where?
When White went wrong. I mean, right now,
Black went wrong at b5. Where White went wrong is a lot more complicated.
You still insist with b5, yeah?
I will hang my hat on it, and yeah, and then I'll eat that hat if I'm wrong.
Okay.
But anyway, now every move wins, so it's over.
Yep, it is.
So we have a win for Kurita.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me take a look. It's really. I'm wondering what was the crucial point of the game. I remember. It's a5 that we discussed. We discussed that we didn't want to go for a5 before, but Kurita found that intermediate h6 was even better. And yeah, and since then. But what to play instead of a5 is where was the big crossroad of this game, with many viable moves.
I'm sure that it was a lot closer before Black got that corner to A1.
Yeah, I do believe so. If not c1, but let me check.
It seems that yeah, when White played a5, there were a lot of options, and it looks like there were a lot of draw options at that point. And then there was a gradual creep after that. There was no big mistake.
Do we have any other results ready from the?
Ooh.
Yeah,
actually, on slightly deeper analysis, the a5 move was losing when there were drawing options.
Okay. So if you go back to the rounds tab, we can see a quick draw by table number 2.
Table number 2.
Yeah. On the top, the back button. Yeah. And yeah, table 2. It was for everyone who was cheering against Swiss team for quick draws against each other. Take a look at this. While you were discussing something, I wanted to check if it was a book draw. It is. So table 1 just finished. Takashi Yamakawa won against Makoto Suikuni. We can take a brief look at this game. Shiki Shimamura versus Burak Demirsoy won 45-19. What are other results?
So Makoto is also struggling now in the tournament.
Everyone is struggling when we face other top Japanese players.
Well, no, I mean I just mean well, if Takanashi won and Kento won and Yamakawa won, then Makoto is a full point behind two of them and a point and a half behind the other with only 2 rounds left.
Yeah, he has to win both of
And
his games.
Kurita also won, so he's also a point behind Kurita.
Yep. Half a point
And
behind Urana
Yeah.
and Takanashi, and 1 point behind Kurita.
So we are in real danger here of having 4 Japanese players in the semi-finals.
I'm afraid we are.
At least in the Open. The female tournament is a lot more competitive. Well, I mean, plus there's only 1 Japanese player. The junior player is a lot more competitive. The junior round is a lot more competitive.
Other interesting results are just enters. Katie Pihlaepura won versus Matthias Berg. And
Katie is super strong again. It's so
She
nice
is.
to see.
Yes.
It's nice to see her doing so great.
And
she's also on my fantasy Othello team.
I think she's probably in most people's fantasy Othello team.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
And it shows that it wasn't a one-off. We know she's strong, but obviously against such a strong field, it can be hard to perform consistently. But to do it so well, be in the top tables and competing shows that it wasn't a one-off.
And also Kim from Sweden is having a really great tournament.
He is. That's probably. I noticed that earlier, and it was the one. It was the one player that I looked at, and I thought, wow, they are performing way above what I perceived their level to be. They're doing so well.
He's now in 8 wins.
If there was a prize for outperforming yourself, or most improved, or something like that, I think Kim would be up there for that title this tournament. Especially if he gets another win.
Yeah, I play him online quite often. He's really strong, but of course it's a little bit surprising that he's doing so well, and it's so great for him. It's nice to see, him doing so good.
Anyway, should we take a quick break before the next round? Luke's back in here, so he'll be joining for the next round, and I'll get back to doing some other official stuff.
Yeah, and also I still have stuff to do today, so I also thank you.
Yeah, so thank you for joining us, Wally, with your expert insight.
Thank you very much, Ollie. It was nice to have you here.
Nice to be here. Yeah.
Okay. Bye for now.
Bye.
Bye.
Awesome. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. As you can see, the pairings for round 12 are up. We will see which ones are shown live. But first, shall we have a quick look at the standings again? I assume you did at the end of last round. Table 1 seems to be live. But yes, Japan currently leading the table, although it's still all to play for going into the last couple of rounds. So, Yamakawa versus Kurita.
Yeah, I believe in this too, that it won't be a draw line, but they can feel free to prove me wrong.
Yeah, you never know. All it takes is for one player to mix it up a bit. See what happens. I know I saw it was spoken a little bit about in the last round, and obviously we're kind of experimenting with different things. So we've had the evaluation bar on up to this point. I think it was taken off during last round. Is that something that people prefer, or do you prefer it?
You can run a poll on YouTube.
That's my plan. I do like a good poll. I think our thought was that it would add a bit of excitement when watching, especially for beginners, but I don't actually think it does all that much, as much as I was expecting. It's useful to have one kind of flicking back through games.
We don't have that many viewers live, and first of all, and secondly, most of these viewers are very experienced players or participants of previous World Othello Championships, so most of them prefer to watch games without evaluation bar, without evaluations themselves, and think for themselves and discuss that. Just my view. So we'll see how the chat will proceed.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, back into the game. It's been in this, or it had been in that position for a while. So perhaps they're thinking a bit, although they might be kind of deciding which of the many lines they know to go down. And I know a lot of, I don't know if you can answer this, Dimitri. I know there are lots of players in Japan. Would the top players all have lots and lots of experience playing each other, or are there so many players that they don't tend to play each other that much?
Yeah, unfortunately, I can only speculate on that, and but from what I saw, I would rather suggest that the top players they meet each other for sure in major tournaments. But there are so many of them that I don't really know how many times Yamakawa played Kurita. And with which colors, so unfortunately I'm not sure. I want to make a upgrade to flip the disk and add all the board player profile, where I will parse all the ELO files, historical, of the tournaments that were held before, and that way I will be able to gather all the statistics, who play who, with what percentage of wins and so on. Right now we can only do this with the games with transcripts in Tor database using Zebra or Sensei, but not all the games have transcripts to be in this database in the first place. So
yeah. Good answer. I know some of you have been asking for to see the actual players as well, and we're hopefully going to try and get someone in after the Swiss section to talk to the winner of the Swiss section, hopefully. So you can look forward to that as well. All right, let's talk about the position then. It looks relatively close. Obviously, it's Black's go. To me, I think E7 just looks easy, but then White has C7 afterwards. Is that the kind of thing they'd be looking at here, do you think?
My apologies, I need 1 more minute to set up a few things, and I will be back into discussion, sorry.
No problem. I've noticed my name's up as Guy Plowman, so I'll try and fix that after this round. But for now, I'll just do my best impression of him. Yeah, so what I was saying was my thought was, on the face of it, I think E7 just looks simple for Black, but the problem with it would be that White would have C7 as a fairly nice move in response, I think. Excuse me. Looking at other moves. Okay, Nicholas has said that these two players have played 15 games together, of which Karita has won 11. So I guess overall that would make Karita the favourite, although obviously depends when those games were, I suppose, and who's prepared more for this specific tournament and so on. Yeah, I'm not sure where else Black could look here. I guess he could look to take the edge on the top, although that's quite an uneven edge, which is a bit scary. But if White tries to play anywhere on that edge in response, I think he ends up flipping quite a lot, although here Black can't really do anything in response to that, so White is able to play to D1 kind of whenever he wants. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where he chooses to play. So that's interesting. So he's gone F7, which, I don't know, looking at it, obviously this move in response flips quite a lot of discs. It's quite loud and gives Black quite a lot of options, so isn't ideal, I would think. C7 still, though, doesn't give Black any access to E7, which means maybe White would look there now. Yeah, I'm not sure where White could look now. I guess H3. The problem with H3 is that white, or black, sorry, can now go to g5 without flipping that way on the G column, whereas before that one. Yes, give me the going to be. Would it just be b4 or no? Oh yeah. um, hmm. What about h5? Just here. Yeah. Yeah. That is. Yeah. Do you have a move? Mm. Yeah, some ideas.
Oops, sorry guys. Yeah, that was my fault. Yeah, what we were discussing, I was telling that c7 is kind of obvious move, and I was wondering what correct what would be the response of black, but Takashi plays it very quickly, to my surprise, because even though this move was the first that we looked at, it's not so obvious if it's even good for black after a3, for example. I don't see
I'm
what
sure.
should be the move.
I'm sure that would have been thought about as well, right? Because that's kind of the natural response to it.
Yeah, here we can consider b6 and e2. b6, not a6. a6 flips e2. We don't want that.
Yeah. Right. Oh,
So
yeah.
so
B.
I meant b6, yeah. Or instead of b6, e7 right away. Um, but here black plays most likely a5.
I still have to count my rows down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
They are signed. There is a notation on the board.
Well, yes, yeah. Yeah, so it's an interesting position.
And for white, okay, d1 I also like because it ensures we have g1 for later, and it also flips d5, removing access to b5 for black. So and if e7 is played now, we have a very nice move like well, it's not necessarily the best move, but it's an idea to play something like b6 here.
Right, yeah, that is nice.
It's most likely not the best move, but just one of the ideas.
Also, I guess, is A4.
A4 very straightforward. A4, b6. Yeah, most likely b5.
Yeah, yeah.
But here, yeah, here a3 for black, and not so pleasant anymore. So most likely a5, a6, and white has to find a move.
Yes. Yeah. Which can't be G1 here because of the stoner trap.
Yeah, G1 too ambitious and no need for it right now. I believe. But it's quite an interesting position we got here because black can play C1, and if we reply B1, they play G2. So the standard first extend this edge to unstable one and attack it right away with G2. So yeah, not suddenly not so good for white. So maybe something else. Oh, we have a new move. It's none of one of we discussed, but the one that we discussed in the least details e7 right away, inviting b5. I'm pretty sure he calculated everything. Right now, black can't really play anything through the b3 disk because it will just give a super nice d1 to white. So this disk has to remain on the board, and meanwhile white can play I don't know, G4, G5 or A5 even. A5 I like less, even though it's kinda invites black to flip B3 in response, but still it looks a little bit ugly to me. Okay, so black didn't play B5, they played G6. Huh.
So is G5 here just the natural response? Is Anywhere else?
G5, G5 or D1. One of two options that I'm looking at. G5 more like automatic move,
G1.
but
G1.
uh,
Oh, D1.
yeah, D1 we also.
No, yeah. I see.
But after that, they can go even. They can go G5 themselves.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. So close. Yeah, I think G5 and B5 then. I don't see black playing G1 uh, or H or H4. H4 I instinctively don't like as a response to G5 because D1 then kinda looks a bit better when it doesn't flip F3 disc.
Yeah.
So that way white guarantees themselves G1 as a spare tempo. So what's left? I believe it is once again B3 is poisoning D1, so it's doing its job. It can be flipped. G5 H4 flips important H4 disc that once again poisons D1. So I guess it should be G5 B5.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see because we've seen in previous years Kurita almost hold back a gear during the Swiss section and then really step up in the semi-finals.
Maybe he knows a perfect strategy, some sort of submarine or some sort of preservation of the openings or the mental strength for very important stage of the tournament, the most important. Who knows?
Because was it 2 years ago now that he won all his games in the Swiss section and then lost in a quite epic match in the semi-final. And then came back to win the next year. So
versus Yasushi Nagano, right?
Was that English?
Versus Yasushi Nagano.
Yes, Nagano, yes.
Yeah, Nagano played very exciting games that I enjoyed watching.
His opening was a obviously prepared kind of -4 variation on the horse opening, which you don't see too often at top level play. So
I remember one horse game from previous World Othello Championship between Matthias Berg and Alexander Melnikov. Okay, looks like this is the only game that is being streamed. we already have few results in the bottom of in the second half of the pairings.
Let's just have a quick look through, and then we can head right back. I do know how to do this. Oh yeah. So some good results.
Yeah, it's a really interesting position and extremely hard to calculate what to play, because it's me, because first of all my VOC semifinals don't depend on the decision that I have to make right now, and I also sitting in the chair at home with edit button, but yeah, so he goes for G5. Okay, that's kind of to be expected, but maybe he would want to consider some H6, and to be honest, I would play H5 or G5 just because H6 for me personally is so hard. It is so hard to calculate. Where here it's kinda I can visualize the position in 3-4 moves.
So who do you think has the advantage right now? If you could, I guess there's two questions. Who do you think has the advantage, as in is ahead according to a computer, and then who would you rather be?
Oh, it's a question that I was trying to answer all the previous 20 minutes and still didn't come to any decisive conclusion. So I'm pretty
live
sure.
chat wants to know. No.
Yeah, I see the message from Mark. So, by the way, shout out to Mark for saving Fantasy Othello in the last moment. Okay, I kind of expected this move as well, but I don't necessarily sure that this is the best move. Okay, that was played quickly. I believe Kurita calculated it very deep, because that's the move that I would spend quite a lot of time to calculate. Maybe he did it beforehand, and also he expected b5. So once, okay, I will answer now. Once in this particular position, once Kurita played so fast, I believe Kurita has an advantage. I trust him. But it's a very, very small advantage. It is a very small advantage. I don't see how they can be massively winning. The board is kind of split. For example, if we have no b3 disc, white b3, or if this disc would be black, I believe white would be much better. But right now, with this disc and this kind of weird, if you look at the edges, so the black can play any move on both edges, south and east, while white have only one move there on both of them. So it's so hard.
Yeah, so that white disc kind of poisons a lot of what white would otherwise try to be doing.
Yeah, like b6, d1,
yeah,
lots of stuff.
well, it's Black's go. I always get so caught up watching the person whose go it isn't point of view that I begin to forget it's not actually their go. It's a common theme. I don't know if it's ever happened to you in a tournament where you're studying the board so hard when it's not your go that you begin to think it's your go and you play a move, and it's a bit embarrassing when they tell you it's not your go.
To be honest, it never happened to me before. So
okay, well, we're not all as perfect as you, so
I'm far from perfect.
I'm just humiliated myself.
No, trust me. There are far worse things happening, and funny. Not worse. It's always we usually on Othello tournaments we play mostly for fun, and only maybe once a year, one tournament a year we fight to the death. But mostly it's for fun. And I remember last year I had illegal move 2 in the game. So my opponent, I was playing black, I made my move, and my opponent played the legal move 2. But and it's quite an experienced and strong opponent, so it's not like complete beginner who doesn't know the rules. And I was looking at him at the board at him in shock because well, I never see that happen before. On move 4, okay. on move 7 or 10, but not on move 2.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Yeah, we laughed quite a lot during this game. But especially in kids tournaments, there are a lot of misflips, 2 moves in a row, and so on. Kids often forget because they rarely concentrate for so long or wait for move from opponent for so long. They just forget which move is it theirs or their opponent.
Yes.
Okay, but
Nice.
returning to the position.
Yeah.
I believe your misclick was good. Remember? When you accidentally clicked b6, I believe it's
oh yeah,
it's a decent move.
Ooh, and speaking of,
But we had h6. Okay.
h6. Yeah, the b6 is interesting because I know it wasn't played. It seems not very quiet, but the actual discs that it flips.
No, I would suggest not to think even on the number of discs you flip, but the number of moves you give, and especially number of new moves and how it affects the quality of the moves that existed. So, and even more so, not the possible moves, but the tempos. The difference is between tempo and possible move. You can have, for example, black right now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, four moves through one disc b3, but it's only one tempo. They can't make all 4 of them through this disc. So it's very important to it doesn't matter how many discs will you flip. It matters how many tempos your move will give.
That's a really interesting way of thinking about it.
So just a simple example. If you watched your dad's games online, and maybe not only online, he tends to instead of minimizing grab a lot and minimize the options of his opponent by grabbing a lot of discs. So
Yeah.
it's the definition I tried to tell now. It contains both. When you minimize your disc, so therefore your opponent doesn't have many tempos, or you maximize your disc, but the goal is the same. Your opponent is running out of good moves.
So it's almost like with each move, minimizing instead of the options that they have, it's about minimizing the number of moves they could play in a row if you weren't to play again
Yeah, something like
before
that.
running out. Yeah. There's another life-changing tip there. I'm going to be insane after this.
Yeah, but please report on your progress tomorrow.
I will. I'll be playing all night, stay up all night.
Yeah, you told me that last year Matthias' advice changed your life, and the next day you played way better. So that's why
Yep.
I insist on tomorrow.
I think it's my favorite thing about doing this is just I learn so much myself. It's good fun. Anyway, we've had a couple of moves to h5, which changed the board like this, and then to f8. White obviously can't go to e8 as a response, can they? Because that flips diagonally as well.
Yeah, it will be a terrible move, obviously.
So something more like d8 looks a bit more obvious, but
to be honest, I a little bit surprised with h5 move. I don't like it. So you either calculate it to the very end, and you know for sure that you never flip in g7, and I don't know. It's very dangerous setup, and you give away parity. And yeah, well, this I'm pretty sure they both calculated towards. And here, what is the so? For example, right now, black has c8, which basically you either play e8, flipping g8 and allowing nasty g2, or you play b8 and get and receive a stoner. So or you ignore it and you give tempo to e8 to your opponent. So and most of it because of the h5 move. It's a direct consequence, and yeah, I don't really like this. But okay, maybe I'm missing something. I was too focused on this. But what is the move now for white?
I will tell you that it will be. I mean, the first thing if this were a 1 minute game, which is where I always kind of start when I'm thinking, I think I would naturally go here. I haven't thought too much about it, but just because it doesn't flip this way.
Okay, c8.
c8. Ah.
This threat remains looks like no matter what.
Yeah, no, I do see that. Let's see what. Okay. See, again, I was talking about this yesterday. This is the kind of move I don't really ever think about where you're playing out diagonally like this. Yeah.
Yeah, what I know that top Japanese players they are really good at deciding the first move to the edge. This is like it's a separate topic, and I so bad at it. If I were to really understand how to decide what first move to the edge should be, I would improve so much. But for me, it's always just a brute force calculation of the variations, and that's it. And but when you have a huge choice with the first move to the edge, as we discussed, the decision tree is enormous. So hard to calculate.
Yeah. And I think the way I tend to think, and I'm aware I'm more of an intermediate player as opposed to a super advanced player, I tend to see things more in patterns than kind of going down just different routes. And I find that edges, when playing out to them for the first time, don't have as many easy to recognize patterns. I don't know if that's just me, but yeah.
No, not you alone. I'm basically that's what I'm saying. That I don't see a clear pattern, and that's why I resort to brute force calculations in such position, and it's always imprecise and time consuming.
And what I'm saying is, in general, normally the first move out to an edge, whichever one I pick, they all look similar. So I just kind of pick one and then go with that.
Yeah, but then you lose. Go analyze your game, and okay. And then with the engine spending more time on looking at the variations than you play the actual game, you finally, oh yeah, that's why. Now I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
And the next time you see a similar position, it's slightly different, and you remember, oh, I remember I spent 20 minutes analyzing it. I know what the move should be, and it's completely wrong.
Yeah, there's something that changes it. Okay, so white has played out to b1.
Yeah, because I don't see any other moves for. It's kind of a weird move, but black can't immediately attack it. So if they play c1, we have d1. They can't play g2 immediately. If white forces black to play or tricks black to play h4, I believe white is doing somewhat okay. Because this spare tempo is annoying to white. But it's still the threat of if white flips g6, the threat of g2 is still there, and it's still there, and black still can have still can play c8. They just don't rush it.
So what do you think about the two diagonals? Because to me the control of each of the two diagonals still seems quite up for grabs.
Yeah, by the way, I'm thinking about g7 right now instead of c. Yeah, because c8, maybe e8 is not that bad anymore, not anymore, but in general, and maybe that's why it wasn't played. One moment. Okay, so if we play c8, e8, now g7 is not that good because we flip from c7, but we still have g2. Okay, I'm not sure. Here I would be thinking between c8 and g7, but I think you know what I would choose.
C8 and yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, G7 is just cool. I think
Yeah.
so.
Okay. If g7, e8, yeah, we can potentially play here.
Yeah. So it depends if Takashi is going for the win or if he's going for the looking cool, and he is going for the win apparently. He did go c8. White responded with e8 very quickly, but that's quite a straightforward move.
No, you know, I will tell you why I think that g7 was actually better. Because now g7 is way worse. We can't we perhaps we can play this move, but it looks a bit ugly, right? Because of we flip from c7 as well. If we played the move earlier, it will be like the most pleasant x square when it can be captured right away, and you can feed the next move in case diagonal is crossed, and all the other moves for white after g7 which cross that actually cross the diagonal, they are all bad. But after we played c8, we invited this e8, and you take a look at the a6 move for white.
Now, in the future, yeah.
Yeah, you see why a6 is so good.
Yeah.
Because there is no response to a4.
Yeah, right, yeah.
And also even black, even if black plays g2 right now, okay, perhaps you have to be precise here. But wait, no, what am I talking about? Black are not threatening any stoner or any forced capture. So if you play like this, sure, but just ignore it.
Yeah, I'm just, yeah.
So you can play a6. And what's a6? And what's the response?
Got to be here, surely.
Could be.
Because that doesn't, c1 doesn't help it, because that just flips it back. Although, if that happens, then does this and this start causing parity concerns for white?
Yeah, it's a white parity, and even after g7, if it's played right now, you have g1, so doesn't look good at all. So if you go back, no, I'm pretty sure that the move is after a6. The move is g1, keeping the parity so far.
Okay, yeah. And then if white starts playing here as well,
like,
a lot of pressure.
No, not this move, I think. I'm thinking about a4.
Yeah.
And what do black do?
Here. C. Oh, but then
Yeah, then
H.
then h2. That's the idea. Yes.
But then black gets this corner, don't they? So
But play this out. C1, h2, h1,
C1, H2.
h2. No, a1, h1.
Oh goodness me.
They will get there eventually. But
Yeah.
for example, even here, b7.
Yeah. No. I take all of that back. I think.
I'm pretty sure that's what's running through their heads. By the way, if timers are correct, Kurita is only on 1 minute here, and I would be shaking if I had 1 minute in this position.
Yeah. Although I guess
It's
the kind of gut feel must be so good because they play so many tournament games as well.
wait, what happened?
So they
No, no,
A6.
could you go one move back? Ah, it's okay. It's black's move, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So
I thought it's
it was what we said. It was a G2 then.
yeah, and we discussed a6 exactly.
Yep.
So I expect g1.
Mm. So is there anything black can do here, or?
Whoa, as black, I would be. No, without g1, I don't really see.
Mm. Does B7 work at all,
G7.
or even B7 or A7?
You can
B7,
play out B7,
A7 has a spin trap, doesn't it?
B7, A4, and that's it.
B7. Right. Yeah.
And GG.
That is a big old GG.
Okay,
And then White
A7
has.
as an example because it doesn't really work after C1. I think it will be enough. Yeah, it should be enough. After C1, you don't recapture. Of course, you go for the stoner.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Here, here, and you can even play B1, B8 here because let me think. At the very end, yeah. Mm, nah. Okay, maybe H2 was better because
Point is, White's quite comfortable there, aren't they?
super comfortable. There's basically nothing to be done. So I still believe it should be G1. Whew.
So do you think this is close? Obviously, we don't have the evaluation bar, but if you were to hazard a guess, what kind of score do you think we'd be looking at here without calculating?
I like white
Mm.
in this position, but I don't see the full line like how I would have played intuitively G1, and then I wouldn't even dare to calculate to the end. I would wait for response from white to see uh, where they're heading.
And they have
Because
he has gone G1.
So I guess a4.
One second, sorry.
No, not a4. Wait, a4, g7.
Oh, wait, G7?
Yeah, if a4, then g7.
Oh, right, yeah.
So maybe not. Oh,
It has to be moved.
and say I played b2. Wow.
That looks brave. I'm sure he's calculated it perfectly, but
No, it's
does
first of all,
C1
yeah, sorry for interrupting.
does C1 not look exciting now for
Uh,
black?
First of all, I would have calculated a4 to the point of g7 and maybe slightly a bit more after that, and decided I don't like it. And if I don't like this g7 move in the end, I would most likely play b2 myself. If it's very common pattern that if your opponent is threatening diagonal control, that you can and you can't do anything about it. Grab this diagonal yourself. So
Okay, so is that kind of the purpose of this, is to just deny black potential control?
it's a really good question by Mark. Can black steal parity because of lower right corner? Okay, they exchange. Uh, wait. C1. C1 now. What is the move for black?
Oh yeah.
If the move would be a7. The move would be a7.
Yep. Assume yes. So he has played C1.
Okay. And I expect a7 because look at this position. Any move that other than that black can make will lead to something nasty. Maybe g7 somehow works, but yeah, this.
So now just the corner, surely. Yep.
Oh, nice. And if a2, he gets a swindle to h2. I'm pretty sure he calculated everything.
Oh yes.
Let's hope he didn't flag. Yeah, so this is kind of worse. Ouch.
Whoa. Whoa. That's quite the wow.
No, it's I believe anything wins here for black, no?
Still an exciting finish.
Oh no, it's no, not. Wow.
It's close, isn't it?
It's
It's
super
a draw.
close. It's super close.
course it's a draw.
Yeah. Wow. These draws,
That definitely wasn't deliberate. Like you could see them.
I'm ready to watch them whole day. These draws.
Wow. So shall we look through with the analysis board quickly?
It is not really ready. It takes about 30 seconds for server to process the game on bigger depth.
Okay.
But let me pull up Sensei.
Or just talk for 30 seconds. it's really interesting to know who was winning and when, I think, because Black looked to be in quite a lot of trouble, but yeah, that was exciting. And another draw.
That was great. Okay, yeah. So according to Sensei, but I'm not sure that the depth is good enough for these players. Black were winning at some point on the late middle game, early end game. So it evaluates that, yeah, that h5 was -4 for white, and black were +6 before, and the mistake was the move the move c8 was a mistake, and G7 was the best.
Okay.
And
So it was
perfect endgame. And to be honest, I was quite sure that white is winning. Then when I saw the position, even with 3 empties, I thought white is losing. And yeah, it's amazing stuff. Such a beautiful game. And to calculate this endgame with such a fun,
so complex.
And complex diagonal controls where you just this C1 move, you just invite D1, which of course wasn't played, but in online game, in 1 minute game, it would be played quite often. Yeah, so
wow.
And
yeah.
so many yeah, sorry. Yeah, it's amazing endgame, very complicated and perfectly executed by both. Well, C1 is technically a drawing move, and A4 is +2 for white, but who cares?
Yeah.
Who cares?
Wow. Well, considering all the draws we've had this year, that was quite the exciting one, I think.
Yeah, we have results, but not all of them. We can see that Yusuke Takanashi won against Makoto Suikuni. Brian Rose, Kento Urano, no result yet. Shiki Shimomura won against Katie. Michele lost against Nikki.
That's a good result for Nikki.
Matthias Berg lost again Chen Tsun. Wow, Melnikov 31-33 against Yan Son.
Where's... Oh, wow, yeah. That's a good game. How did Mark do? That's the... And by Mark, I mean the brother Mark. Ooh, I don't know yet. Well, it was an exciting round. So that was the 12th round. That's correct, isn't it?
Yep, 1 to go.
Yep. All right. Oh, so... Oh no, we watched board 1 as a draw. Kento beat Brian Rose 33-31. That's another close result. So I think we're just waiting on a couple of results now. Mark Drew.
Unfortunately, I will have to leave the stream after this break. Perhaps you can open the door and ask some security guard to grab the fastest player who will finish.
Yep. Or if anyone watching wants to be our resident expert, then just message me, let me know.
Yep.
Otherwise, you'll be blessed with my unbeatable instinct, I think is how I would word that.
Okay, so let's talk about a little bit about the standings.
Yep.
Yamakawa 10 points, Yusuke Takanashi and Kento Urano half a point behind. Wait, yes, that's correct. And all top 4 are Japanese players. Then Dujuizi, Shiki Shimomura, Arturo Junier, Makoto Suikuni already on 8 points. So basically Makoto and all the others have no chance at all to proceed to the semifinals.
Because they'll already likely have played the top players, won't they? So
Yeah. So it depends. We have to make some deep analysis. We have to look at who these top 4 Japanese players didn't play of these top of the players with 9 points, and then we can predict or design a scenario when we will have not 4 Japanese players in the semifinals this time.
Yeah. Let's look at the female. So Katie's still in the lead there.
Yeah.
And if we go back to the Open, actually, you can see she's on 8 points. So doing very well overall.
Yeah.
Calvin Ko still in first, but joint first now with Juan Rui Chen. So obviously well done to both of them so far. And then the team championship, Japan, I don't think extended their lead that round, did they? But it looks like there's been a bit of a shake-up for second and third.
Yeah, and
no, so they've actually reduced their lead because of that, because of the draw.
Oh, they had 3-point lead, I believe. Let me check.
No,
4-point lead. It was a 4-point lead.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Actually,
because Yamakawa won, and he is not his result doesn't count towards the team score this year.
Right. Yes, I see.
Because of the
and actually,
slot.
the standings are the same as last round for the top 3. But it will be exciting to go into the final Swiss round of the day. So Yeah, exciting.
I wish you good luck. I hope some of the viewers will step in during the break, and
Yep, and
I
even
will.
if they don't, I'm sure they'll help out with the commenting. So it'll
Thank
be
you
good
very
fun.
much.
Thanks for joining me, and see you all soon.
Bye.
All right. Hello again, everybody. Welcome to, there we go. Welcome to the final round of the day. At the moment, I'm here by myself. However, my father will be in a second. Guy Plowman, for those that don't know, president of the WOF. So we've got a couple of games we can watch. I think I know which people will choose, but I'm gonna put a cheeky poll in for those watching. If you watch, then you get to choose the game. Get the options up. There we go. So you have a few seconds to vote, and then I will get it ready. Don't all vote at once. That'd be bad. Oh, my neck is killing me. All right, yes. So, table 2, to make sense. Again, going back to the standings, Shimamura must win this game to finish in top 4. So, that will be an exciting one to watch. Let's go with that. All right, so we are a few moves in. A quick look at the opening. A cheeky tiger. Not bad. So here we go. Reminder again, Shimamura, who's playing black, must beat Kento Urano to get to the semi-finals. So that adds some spice to this round. It's been an exciting race for the top 4, I think. Yeah, we're going to watch this, and then Guy Plowman, who you might have heard of, will arrive and will join in. We'll also be trying to use this single microphone, as you can see. We're trying to use that for 2 people. It's got a couple of different settings, so we'll see if that works. And yeah, if that works, then we should be able to bring some of the players in for interviewing after this round, which would also be good. Yeah, right, let's look at the position. So currently, it's white to go. I'm just going to say before it's played, I reckon E2 is the move. I'm just going to have one quick look and just say what I think is the most natural looking move. I think E2 is quite natural because black isn't able to play to D2. So as we were talking about in the last round, it doesn't massively give black any new tempos. So that is an interesting move. It doesn't really give black, I guess G6 is a decent response for black because white can go here, but that opens up this to black, but then that opens up this. I don't really know. That's too far for me to realistically be looking ahead. That feels a bit like cheating. So I think if it were me, I'd play e2, but maybe it's more complicated than it initially looks. In terms of other places he could play, I think maybe e8. Because although that gives this move, white can respond here. Excuse me. And to me, that doesn't seem to give black all that many options in response. So let's see what white has played. Okay, so that was the second move I thought of. I think that's pretty good from me. So now black, obviously, as we just spoke about, he has the option of f7, but also the option of g4, just here, which doesn't immediately seem to cost black anything. I guess white would then have to go to c6 to stop black playing there, because that's a quiet move for black. Right, here comes my father. I never know, like, I try to refer to you as a Guy Plowman, but it just feels weird, so I don't. Right, let me tell these mic settings. So that should now be picking up all around it.
Okay, so if I talk, people can say
as long as you're
if they can hear me or not.
Yeah, let me make sure you're in the. Right, so sit a bit closer. Good, good. Right, people watching, is that okay? If people could comment, that would be good.
I will say something as well, just so they've got something to comment on.
Yep, otherwise we will just continue and hope that it's okay.
One of the things we hope to do after this round is to grab one of the semi-finalists and bring them in for an interview.
Interrogation.
So as it becomes apparent who the semi-finalists might be, give us your preference as to who you would like to see in an interview. Maybe some of the questions you'd like us to ask them as well.
Yes. All right, so we've got this this game here going on. This is an interesting game because Shimamura must win it to be with a chance of getting to the semi-final. I'll just take you to the standings. This is the great thing about Flip the Disc, you can just do this quickly. So Kento's on 9.5, Shimamura's on 9. I'm not 100% sure of the maths there, but it's definitely an important game for him to win.
What are the pairings here? I haven't seen. Takanashi is playing Yamakawa, so only one of them can take a point.
Or they can draw.
A maximum of 1 point between them.
Yeah.
And Shiki is playing Kento, so if he beats him, then Kento will not get a point, which means that Shiki will be on the same score as him. I think. 9.
No, half a point.
Oh, half a point ahead. So that would put.
All I'm saying is that it's an important game for him to win, and I'm not 100% sure what it would do to the standings, but we would see afterwards. So that's why we're watching that one.
Okay.
For those watching, do say if you can't hear.
I actually overheard Makoto having a conversation in the foyer outside the playing hall, and he was saying, I haven't got a chance, but he has.
Depends how you interpret that, I guess.
Well, if he wins, we just have to look at what else needs to happen for him to get through.
Yes. But it's easy to get caught up kind of looking at the different permutations. But at the end of the day, in less than an hour, we'll be
know.
able to see. And I think it's almost more exciting that way. Right. So anyway, back to the game. What do you think about this position?
I am guessing that they are. I think that black has quite a lot of options here. And as I always say, having options is good. So I may not know what the best option is, but D2 is very straightforwardly a good move. H6 is almost certainly a good move. Let's say that G6 is also probably a good move.
That was going to be my guess.
The advantage of this move is obviously that it gives E4, or it takes E4 and gives access to C6, which in some ways forces white to play C6, but then black has another PQM, perfectly quiet move through the middle to F7. But I mean, this is one of those positions that is there's lots of reasonable moves. So to get the right one isn't necessarily the conversation. It's about how you want the game to go as well. Where would you play, Luke?
As white, I would play C6.
Just to take it away.
Yeah,
And then black still has F7 and D2.
Well, yeah, but you can't take them all away.
No, I know.
Or can you?
No, you can't.
Yeah. What about C7? That was my next. That's what I meant. I misspoke.
And then D2 is still. I mean, the D2. I don't know. The only way you can take away D2 is by playing it yourself as white.
And
there's been
the
move played.
Yeah, there has, but I'll get there. To me, playing there doesn't really take away. It doesn't give white access to the empty hole that they're leaving, and so it's not. I don't know. It makes me feel uncomfortable, although I'm also aware I'm not the best player. So white has gone C6.
And now, as black, I would definitely prefer, if he's choosing between D2 and F6, I think that D2 is better.
Do you?
Yes. And the reason I do is because if white wants to take away F6 after D2, he either has to play B3, which is ugly and probably leaves C2 as well. He could play C2 himself, which is even uglier, flips lots of directions, or he needed to play F7 himself. But if he did that, then he leaves F1 as a quiet move. So where is white going to go now? Black still has access to F7, and if white takes it away by playing it, then F1 becomes a lovely move on the top.
It was a genius thing that Dmitry said in the last round. Or one of the genius things he said, sorry, is that it's not so much about which leaves you with the most options, it's about which leaves you with the most tempos. As in, my understanding of that is which move that you play leaves you with the most moves that you could play in a row afterwards if your opponent stopped playing.
Yeah. I used to.
But he gave you as an example someone that's a bit weird and approaches that as by taking big blocks of discs, which actually runs them runs the consecutive moves they could play afterwards just as low as
Yes.
taking fewer discs, and it's all about the number of tempos you're giving.
Yeah, yeah.
As opposed
And I
you
used
think
to
of tempos in a whole different
I
way.
used to, when I first started playing, I thought about the idea of avoiding X squares and C squares and trying to always play the move that just left the least number of moves. Literally, just count the amount of moves they've got and play the move that leaves them least, which is the inverse thinking. And it was rubbish overall, because the game's a lot more subtle than that. You can't algorithm
You gave
it.
the example of, for example, here, black has a move, if it were their go, to A4, A3, B3, but he couldn't play all of them one after another.
Right, yeah.
As in playing one takes away the other.
Yeah. I said that to Imra once, that like one way of looking at it is how many moves can you play if your opponent stops playing?
Yes.
And the more the better.
Yeah, and that's something that I've never thought about at all.
Right, and the reason you've never thought about it is because it doesn't quite work.
I'm sure it does. But
because, I mean, obviously, if you come up with a single heuristic, then Othello is more subtle than that.
Part of the whole streaming is translating people's advanced Othello knowledge to more approachable Othello knowledge. What does heuristic mean?
Heuristic
for our
is
non-English.
Oh, I thought, okay, yeah.
We've got
So,
Dutch people who probably know what it means, but
well, Jan will certainly know. Heuristic thinking, if you're, just say you're programming a computer to play Othello, you can either use brute force to program it and say, look ahead as far as you possibly can, and you can do it that way. Or you can say, think about it in words. Here, there's a wall here, or and that could cause me problems later. Or if I play here, then I don't get access to there, and that you're thinking in words. And then if you try and generalize that thinking in words, then you're coming up with a heuristic.
right, yeah.
Okay, so what white has actually gone to F7 to take away what was a really, really beautiful move for black. But as I said, it does open up F1, which was played immediately afterwards. And so I think that is the end of possibly the sequence that was being looked at when G6 was played. Although the pairs could have been played out in a different order, they could have put a different value on the quiet moves that black had.
Now that there's more people watching, could you just let us know in the live chat, is the sound okay? We're currently using a single microphone for both of us. We've changed the settings a bit so that we can, so it takes in more sound around it. But do feedback if you can't hear okay, or if it's okay. If it is okay, then it means we can bring some players in for interviews after this round, which would be cool. Yeah, I think white's position here is a much more U position.
I think black is in the stronger position though. So thanks.
Well, that's okay. That's what I think of your playing, actually, yeah.
Okay, so what would you be trying to do here as white?
So if it were a 1 minute game, which I know it's not, the first move I'd be looking at straight away would be E1, but it flips diagonally, so I'd kind of discount that quite quickly. I think B3 doesn't flip in one direction diagonally, which I'd want it to. It flips horizontally as well. I think A6 only flips in one direction out to the edge and keeps the white pieces pulling the black pieces downwards, which I think is quite nice. The downside to it is that it makes like a 7 that white can't play in then, which I don't know how much that impacts it at this stage in the game, but I think black would play into that. So
and it's a fairly flimsy 7. So
yeah, I think,
if black goes to f8, for example, then it's broken open immediately.
yes, which would be why I would play it.
Or if they went to g8, then you could still force them into that area.
Yes,
Black went to g8.
But it's just kind of what I would be thinking through. And then it also gives the option for a5 afterwards, which is quite a nice, simple move.
Right, so what would you do as black now then?
e1, I think. I think there's the option of a4.
What would you do after black e1, white?
No, I think white's big weakness here is the f column extending quite far. I think, for example, if white didn't have these 3 discs, their position would be really scary for black. But because they do, it poisons what would otherwise be some quite quiet moves.
Okay, black has gone to a5.
Yeah.
Because he didn't want white taking those moves.
Yeah, I would try and keep those there by going to... But I think I would have gone to a4 without thinking of it too much. But white doesn't really have a nice move to a4 themselves now, do they? So I think as white here, I might... I don't think any of the moves on the right-hand edge look all that nice. I think h6 has h5 as a response, which is a nice move for black. H5 flips too many discs for my liking, and black can flip back, respond without flipping in too many directions. H4 is similar, and H3 for me is playing too much up into white's weak area, up at the top.
Okay. I have a question.
Yeah.
If white plays h3 now, where would black go?
H4.
And then the whole of the 4 row would be black, and white could go to a4.
Maybe. Unfortunately, it's moved on. So
yeah,
the move I was going to suggest, has been played. So
I only asked that question because you dismissed h3.
Well, I didn't like it.
It was. I don't think you'd seen that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Don't know if you'd seen it or
Maybe.
not.
But I again kind of think in patterns much more and plans, overall kind of strategy as opposed to individual tactics.
Yeah.
And whether that's right or wrong, I think obviously best is kind of a mixture of both. Maybe that's where I lack. But as white, I'd be looking to play on the bottom left hand and bottom half of the board much more to try and pull black downwards and play through my pieces.
Right, and leave the black discs at the top for attacking later.
Yeah, because I think black's big weakness here is that they're much more wrapped round, which seems to be something that the good players can make work. But to a player like me, that ends up just poisoning everything I try and do.
Well, interestingly, I normally see it as a Makoto thing. He takes quite a lot of diagonal moves.
I was saying this earlier.
Quite a lot of diagonal moves onto the edge
yeah.
that seem premature to other people. And then after playing the edge out, he's kind of a bit wrapped around, but the other side will be short on moves.
Makes it work.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's someone who's, I think, has quite a definite style.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I really like the way he seems. I think, so Dimitri was saying it depends on the position and on the approach to the game that you take for him. But I think he does tend to feel more comfortable in that kind of just finding all the tempos position.
Yeah.
Which I really like watching because it's like the opposite of how I would play. But if I had to play like that, I would have a nervous breakdown. So.
No, I learned quite a lot watching him in the previous World Championships, and then talking to him about it afterwards. So white is taking your strategy here.
Yeah,
basically.
I just, yeah.
You know, he's saying I've I've got this big block of, block, it's a bit spread out, not really a block, but it's all facing the south. And if I can get you to play through that way,
which he should be able to because he's the second player. As in, normally it goes black, white, black, white.
Yeah,
White tends to be able to control.
well, it depends.
I
wouldn't say that's. I wouldn't even. I personally wouldn't even take that as a rule of thumb. Okay, so that's an interesting move. Because black is saying, well, I am going to have to play through. So should I wait and play out stuff and then play through, or should I do it now? Ideally, he wouldn't have wanted to play that because it flips b6 as well. And so if white now takes the left edge, he gets a tempo down to a7. But it's not a particularly pleasant edge to take, and black could sacrifice with b7 immediately if white does take it. Or possibly play a3, give white the full edge and then sacrifice.
And black does have the options to take edges, but they're all quite uneven ones.
Yeah.
So he doesn't, and white's responses to him not taking the edges aren't particularly nice for white.
Yeah.
So I think black's quite happy to leave the edges be.
So if black plays g1, for example, white gets h4, and black doesn't have any nice moves.
Mark in the chat said that playing Makoto is always an honor, not even mad losing, which, yeah. I may have mentioned this once or twice, but I got wiped out by Takahashi in 2019 in Tokyo. So, yeah.
And you were very proud of that?
Oh, yeah. I just got my board signed as 64-0. Again, I may have mentioned that once or twice before, but.
So a3 has been played. I would be shocked if black did not play a4 now. Just because if white plays a4, then a7 becomes a really nice tempo. Yeah, it's almost forced.
So I think naturally as white now, I was going to say there, I know it's uneven, but to me, it tends to work out relatively okay because of the even region in the bottom right.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I had a similar conversation
I really like
with
that.
Dimitri 2 rounds ago, and it was the move that was played. It wasn't the move that I thought was best, but it was worse. It was better than I thought it was. And it is true that white can almost say, I don't really care what happens on the bottom edge. I'll sacrifice b7 as well.
Yeah, that's the worst case scenario almost, in a weird roundabout way.
Yeah.
It kind of gives black, it says to black, I'm giving you control, but whatever you do.
Well, it's actually trying to get control
Yeah.
in the overall board.
It's almost like what I'm saying is it's like a Rumble in the Jungle type strategy where you attack by letting black attack and almost tire themselves out, and then that gives you control.
That might need some more explanation because I'm not sure.
Well, it was George Foreman.
Yeah.
Ali, right.
No, yeah, I know the rope-a-dope stuff.
Yeah, okay, cool.
But I'm not sure how it applies to this.
Well, because white has given black a lot of options of how to play out the bottom region, and I think the way that white's approaching it is to say, you can attack me however you want here. I'm just going to respond to each one quietly and simply, and then eventually you'll run out of options, and whatever the position is then, I think I'll be in a better position to attack you back.
Okay. I wouldn't necessarily call black's moves as attacking.
Well,
in this
they
situation.
I think to a bit.
I think that
white has a structure on the edge and black is playing into it and causing white to defend to an extent.
Okay, maybe it's semantic.
I stand by it.
Anyway, black has gone to d8 as well. The idea being that if white takes c8, then the b7 sacrifice has gone, at least temporarily. If white doesn't go there, they've got to find another move. So Kento Arano needs to kind of think what is the benefits or the risks of not going there, and can he find another move that he likes? And in some ways, I think if black ever takes g1, then the top section really looks like it will play out nicely for white. So if I was white here, I might consider h4. It's a shape that I used to hate on the edge until Takeshi Murakami laughed at me for not liking it. And he said that it tends to work out nicely. It does allow the stoner trap. So maybe that would be a reason not to play it.
Which shape are you talking about? This shape?
No.
You're talking about... Hold on.
Okay, I was talking about this shape.
That shape?
Oh, it doesn't allow the stoner trap because white hasn't taken the edge yet. Yeah.
Okay.
So that shape on the right-hand side, the 4-on-2 type shape.
Yeah, right.
2-on-4. But I'd be tempting black to... Okay, so he's taken the edge anyway.
C8 creates possible stoner danger.
Yes, which was just played.
Yeah.
The comment before that. But
that doesn't
black
work.
has to play either g1 or... He could sacrifice at b7 now, but he's going to lose a stack load of discs. That look like they'd be difficult to get back.
Does black's go? Do you think if black plays... I don't know where black would play, but what I'm thinking for white is b2 looks quite cool. And I haven't a clue if it works or not, but it looks really cool. I thought if anyone can answer this question, it would be you who plays.
No.
Not knowing if they'll work or not.
No. I do like playing X squares that sacrifice against, that appear to sacrifice against myself, but they're difficult to play against. It's good when you're behind because it makes it complicated. You can force the issue because you find a tempo that you didn't know existed. I wouldn't know what to comment on that. I wouldn't know how to read it or anything, but I would think that black has too much play, too many options to not make it work one way or another. And white, just say black, white plays b2 and black plays b3, then where does white go after that? It just looks like a pair, and then white has to play afterwards. I don't see any advantage to it up there.
We'll see. I reckon.
To look at such moves is always worthwhile.
It's the fact that it's an odd region, and as white, you often have a fair amount of freedom in odd regions, more than I would often think.
Yes, that will definitely be true. But actually reading ahead in that region didn't fill me with confidence. Black's, I would say, agreed with me, but
well, see
see where white plays. But that's taken away the stoner threat.
But white can't really sacrifice against that either comfortably, can he?
No.
He could go a7.
The pair of d8, c8 has effectively chopped white off from that bottom left corner. And if black can make that last, I'm not quite sure how, but at the moment it's certainly it's one of the things that white might like to do is sacrifice there, but he can't. I mean, he can, but only at a7.
And yeah.
And that's
not comfortable.
No.
What about c1?
What about it?
I don't know. I'm just trying to think of ways he could.
I think that it gives black
No.
moves over there.
Yeah,
so it'll take b1 and then he's got g1 to come as a move, which at the moment he doesn't really want to play because it's a bit too. Well, first of all, I like the 2 rows all black, so white can do nice things at the end of it. Secondly, it's sticking out, so black.
Yeah.
I mean, white can just play out the top left corner in some way and get a wedge.
Yeah.
And then get lots of play in the top right hand corner.
I'm just thinking out loud. It kind of has to be h4. Is there anywhere else?
H2.
But surely not h.
I would go h4. As I said, I may have done that a couple of moves ago, but the principle remains the same. It's like how does black play that out? If white does go to h4, what would black do? Black could sacrifice at g7, and the bottom right-hand corner is even. So, and white doesn't have immediate access to the corner. So it looks like that bottom corner would work out really nicely. So that may be a reason not to play h4.
But then it's finding where to play. And I don't know, h2 is just terrifying. That's quite scary.
h2?
Yeah.
Followed by h3. No, I'd do this stoner.
Oh, would you?
I think so. Ooh, back.
Okay,
no. If white goes to f8 now, and black takes the corner, and white gets a swindle, or like gets to play h8, keeping the even region.
Yeah.
But black then gets a swindle in the bottom left, actually.
Right, but what if black just plays there?
Yeah. Then white can take the corner. Take both moves there.
Oh yeah. No. Oh, so the stoner doesn't actually work.
No, maybe not.
Which is that's why I suggested here.
But that leaves white with b2, surely.
I still have to count my rows, which adds some suspense.
Okay.
I just don't see how h2 can work. But then, as you were saying, that makes that seem quite scary. I wouldn't like that at all.
Yeah. And the top region is also odd now. So white. No, it's not completely straightforward. But you're right, it does feel like black has a bit more of the advantage. So I mean, the whole game, white is essentially he's got black sealed off at the top left.
Yeah.
The top right really is unplayable for black at the moment. Can't get into the right hand side and doesn't really want to play on the top side. So although he's been taking ugly edges, he's getting black to play in the regions that he would prefer not to. And I'm guessing the question is, what is the ultimate destination of that? Is white going to have to play through, giving black a lot more moves at the top, or will black run out of moves? Can white find a sacrifice that finds the tempo that he needs, for example? And whilst it may be premature, what you're suggesting about that diagonal, that could become important at some point.
Watch him play there now.
I will watch him play there now. Okay, so B3. Okay, so this I'm going to look in the comments because I'm at a loss here. And there's no comments. It may well be that White has got his eye on that diagonal after all, but despite the fact that Luke was looking at it and saying, well, you could do it now, it might well be that it wasn't suitable to play, but spotting that it was there means that if it's played out a bit, then it could be taken with much more confidence. There's now an even region in the top, so if Black does play up there, White can presumably take the X square B2 quite nicely. It takes quite a lot of reading. There's quite a lot of different ways in which it could be played. But what I don't like about this move is the fact that G1 now becomes playable without being quite so scary, just because White has no options to sacrifice against it. Because C1 would be met by B1 immediately, and Black wouldn't have access to C2. Black can't even play C2. So White would be, if Black does play G1, White is forced to play on the right-hand side, but all the moves there give Black an option. White could play B7, but Black can get into the corner immediately. White could take F8 as a wedge, and then Black gets the other one. White takes the corner, he's blocked himself off from the 3 region in that corner. But it would be Black's move. I'm still trying to work out the permutations of what needs to happen for Iki to get into the semi-finals. And I haven't done it very well. Has anybody else been looking at that? And not only that, Luke's taken his phone with him. So I don't even have access to your comments right now. So if you forgive me whilst I call up YouTube. And I haven't done it very well. And Luke is back. So I was saying, Luke, this White move seems to be kind of saying, well, there's an even region at the top, and maybe if Black plays up there, somehow White can take the X square. Like if Black flips C3 again, the X square becomes a lot more palatable. The problem with this move is that G1 is now not a bad move.
Yeah.
Because White can't play against it, he can't attack it at all in any way.
Apart from by playing C1, which doesn't really achieve anything.
Doesn't really attack it. It's just a passive, have some extra moves, Black. White may have done this because of the lack of access to B7. But as a sacrifice, it's not quite as it had been, good as it had been earlier.
Although, if White does,
it's Black's move.
No, it's Black's move.
G1. Say G1.
Right, yeah. White does go there.
Yep.
And Black doesn't take the corner.
Yep.
I don't know where, say, Black goes there.
Yep.
I don't know. But then white can go here and
Yes.
put in quite a lot of pressure on.
Yep. Yep. So that looks like that's quite good for white.
I know there's other.
But go back one move.
Yeah.
It's a very optimistic way of thinking to say, what if black doesn't do this? Then I've got a chance. But if black does do that, it looks pretty close, the way in which that works out. So black takes the corner. I assume white would take this wedge.
Yeah.
But it's not obvious. And then black takes the other one. So has got a little bit of local parity early in the game. White would not want to take this because it's leaving a 3 region. Although black can't do anything over here, black would have to play over here then. Or in here, in fact. But the point is that that's actually looking fairly close. So to say, I hope that black doesn't take the corner.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because there's a lot happening there.
Fair enough.
I would be surprised if black doesn't play G1 now.
Yes. What do you think about B2? Let me. I know that makes G1 a bit less nice. Maybe it's not the right time for it.
Yeah, maybe not the right time.
Just yeah.
And because black's got the top edge as well. I mean,
Yeah.
there's 5 spaces up there. White would go white, black, white, black, white, and then black would have to play G2 as the sacrifice as well. And white's got lots of options to play out, how to play out that top right-hand corner.
Does B7 not work for black now? Because, for example, I don't know, just looking at this position, thing that not to have access to is here. And they play G1 now.
Well, I think C2 was quite an option for white as well. If he hadn't played G1, it takes away that option.
Yeah. So do you think white is going to play B7 now, or
maybe H4?
although white doesn't really have access there themselves, so.
No, but the point is, I don't think H4. I think B7, and the reason I think it is because if it goes B7 B8 or B7 A8, and then white taking the wedge on the bottom, as I said before, and black taking A7 afterwards, black doesn't have access to H4 even at that point. So white can play H8 as an extra move. So black, is there anything that black can do to avoid that being a 3 of, if black takes the corner, white,
what if white plays?
Okay, I hasn't thought about it too much. Now, I assume white has to take F8 rather than A7.
And then black will reply there.
A little bit of local parity. You can see that there's a kind of batch of discs there that's now relatively difficult to get to. But white takes H8 and then it's black's move. And where does black go? He's got A2 now, hasn't he? But that's still an odd region. So he's taken the corner. Black's move. Black has to either play out that mini little 3 in the bottom right-hand corner or play in the top left-hand corner. If he plays in the top left-hand corner, it will just be white follows with kind of parity moves to get wedge at the end. And then he'll get loads of discs in the top right-hand corner. So I assume black will not play up there. If he can at all help it, his other option is to play down in the bottom right-hand corner. What can he do that's any good down there? Is there anything that's any good down there? I'm not convinced there is. But if he went to G7, quite a lot of discs. Black.
Can he play H6?
But even if he gets the wedge, then white has H4 afterwards. And then black will have to play in the top left-hand corner anyway, or unwedge.
What about H6 and then that, because that gets those.
At least it saves lots of discs.
I don't know if white would go there. Anyway, there's been.
Okay, so Shiki's decided that the bottom right-hand corner doesn't play out as well as the top left-hand corner. But this looks like a white win to me now.
So where does white just go H4 now?
I'd go B2.
B2. But then doesn't B1 looks kind of nice.
Yeah, but then A1.
Well,
hang on, is there a swindle there? White, black. If white goes B2, black goes B1, white goes A1. Can black go to C1 without white having access to C2? And I think the answer is yes. I'll show you what I mean. White doesn't have access to C2.
That's what I meant when I said it.
Good, I'm glad. We've got to move anyway, so we'll find out what we should be thinking. Okay, so white did play there.
I don't know, instinctually.
I'm still not convinced that that wouldn't be a white win, by the way.
Maybe. I just think the bottom right giving black parity is not to be sniffed at.
It's a very weak parity.
Ooh.
Okay, so again, taking A1 and A1, B1 still doesn't give white access to C2. But he's in no danger of losing access to A1, so he doesn't have to play it now. Okay, so
I guess that means A1 and then C2 flips quite a lot of discs, pulls quite a lot of discs out for white, doesn't it?
yeah, and then it's black's move into the bottom. Okay, so it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, now it looks like a white.
Ooh, still quite a lot of discs for black. But
It
But H4 at the end of this is.
B1 is better. Oh yeah.
So if white wins this, Kento's can top, has he? Who knows?
Oh, I don't know. Have a look. Standings.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, so if
Depends on the other.
Takashi-
On the.
I'm just going to
game.
wait and see after the round, I think.
Well, I would like to know who to go and get. Who should we go and get for an interview, people? You do a poll quickly.
What, saying what? Like just choosing?
Choosing.
It's got to be
Well,
someone.
it looks like it's.
Mark won a game.
Did he? So he's on 5.5.
Yep, that's pretty good.
It's decent. I think
Takashi-
he'll be a little bit disappointed.
Yeah, but tired as well.
He is tired. Is that because you kept him awake watching television? Police dramas?
No, there aren't any. There's no police interceptors over here. We pretty much watch basketball in Turkish non-stop. So I'm going to put it as these four, just assuming that they...
Okay, go for it. Although I'd quite like Arthur to, because he interviews well in English. I mean...
Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see.
And our Japanese is not great.
This isn't definitive, the result of this poll, but vote.
Yeah, it's not a democracy, you know.
We also have to make sure to get them quite quickly.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm saying now, because this game's coming to an end.
Right, yep. So that's played out. Black's played in that way. It's close, isn't it? Because at the moment it looks like Black has lots of this.
Surprised me. Okay, no, Black's gone for the 7 row instead of the diagonal from B1. Black does have a lot of discs, but I still think
White is
going to get enough.
It's 38-21 at the moment.
For H2. No, maybe not. You want Black to be able to move, so H3.
Takanashi is winning the poll. Only 3 votes, though. Winner of this game.
Which is going to be Kento.
You think White's winning? I really don't.
But actually,
what if it's a draw?
What I'll also try and do is grab the wife of Takashi Yamakawa, because she speaks, I think, fluent Japanese, fluent English, and fluent Chinese. So she could be very helpful. Well, actually, if Dujuzi.
Or if Joe's around, or...
Oh yeah, good point. We've got Joe as well. In fact, he's on the table.
Do you definitely think that White
is winning? Yes.
What if it's a draw?
I'm not sure that. Oh, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure that they've counted now. So.
Well, they're taking their time still.
I'm assuming Black goes to H3, White goes to H4, and then pass. So let's count. Let's do our own counting.
No. Take the fun out of it. Why don't you?
So 27, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, pass, 33, 34, 35, 6, 37, 38, give away 3, 35. Yeah, some White wins. But if Black goes there.
Mark says he counts a draw for a draw for Black.
Okay.
Not a draw for White. Yeah, I don't know.
There you go.
Lucky.
35. What I said. Anyway, I will go and grab one of these players and a translator.
Okay, just do the first one you see. Let's see if the standings are up.
To explain that it's quite a while.
Yes, the way it's situated this year is a bit tricky because the people playing are on the other side of this kind of shopping centre / hotel thing that we're in. So excuses, Mark. No worries. The main thing is that you try your best. And it would have got closer than I probably would have. Let's have a look at some of the other results coming in. So Takanashi beat Takashi, and that's actually quite interesting because Takashi was in first, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, I don't know who's finished where. if someone watching can work it out, that would be cool. But otherwise, I'm just going to wait and see, I think. That's the spirit. Could it be nerves? Yeah, I reckon so. Although it's been a strong tournament up to this point, and it's not that. Yeah, I don't know. I think other years, especially I think it was Paris, I think that the travel time played a part. We had Paris and then Italy, both of which are long flights, and even though they give themselves time to adjust, you're still in a different time zone, which is tricky. So yeah, so we'll wait and see the results for the standings, and wait and see who we have for an interview. I think now that that's all the open rounds done, I think it's time to crack open a cold yogurt water, and that's that. To the tournament. Good pots of water. Something I'd never seen before this day, or before this trip here, but are good fun. All right. I'm going to end the poll. I see that Takanashi's won the poll. We'll see who they come back with. And I'll just pass it on that he won the poll. In the meantime, I'm going to start a little Q&A. Not for asking questions as such, because that would be a bit cringe. But what's your favourite moments been so far? So yeah, feel free to answer the poll in the chat or the Q&A. So we are beginning to see the results seep in. Katie with a strong win. All Japanese semi-finals. Is that how it's ended up? Oh, so Takanashi's finished on top. Surprising draw in round 12. You'll have to remind me what you mean about that, as in, draw, as in this game. Yeah, I know what you mean. I thought you meant draw as in the pairings draw. New result is available. So it looks like they're all filled in. So let's have a, I don't know if that was talking about the standings. Nope. So all the results are in. Here come the standings. Okay. Put your bets in the chat now. Who do you think has done it? Although you can all see this page at the link in the description. So yes, yeah, you're right. It wasn't. Don't know what you mean by the standard draw, but yeah. No, there have been a number of standard draws. Okay, so Takanashi, Kento, and so not all Japanese semi-finals. Oh, that's rough for Takashi because he led the tournament for most of it, didn't he? So on tiebreak as well. That's got to be disappointing for him. So a good result for Du Juzi. If we look at his results, he beat Kurita, drew. Good win in the last round. I know. And hello again.
If you move out of the way, yeah, you can just ask the question.
Yeah. Or right. Give us a second. So I'm going to say in a second, we've got Karita here to interview. If anyone has any questions, put them in the live chat and I will make sure to ask them. Yep. So, take a seat. Right. So, if I could just head back. Okay, so it's been a really exciting tournament. How are you feeling, first of all, and are you happy with where you're standing at the moment?
今回の、世界大会、どういうふうに見てますか？
そうですね。5戦目ですかね。で、2敗して、で、ちょっとその時は、今年はちょっときついかもしれないなと思って、昨夜も本当に、ちょっと今日が不安で、ほとんど眠れなくて、今日のコンディションもだから悪かったので、そうですね。ちょっと厳しいなっていう中だったので、はい、ちょっと今非常に嬉しい気持ちです。
After the fifth round, I was already having 2 losses, and from then I started feeling really worried, much so that I wasn't able to get enough sleep too. And I was really worried about today as well. But luckily, I was able to make it through all this way, and I feel really happy.
Lovely. And how this year have you approached this section of the tournament compared to how you're going to approach the semi-finals tomorrow?
予選13ラウンド、この2日間終えて、どのような感じでしたか？
予選の感想というか。
Sorry, one more time?
Yep.
One more time, please. The question?
Oh, yeah. So how did you approach the open section of the tournament compared to how you're going to approach the semi-finals tomorrow?
失礼しました。予選13ラウンドの、こう考え方と、決勝トーナメントに向けた考え方っていうのは、 まあ、違いますか？
そうですね、違い、まあ、結局決勝トーナメントで勝った人が優勝するので、まあ、やっぱり決勝に向けて少し手を温存したりとかっていうところが、まあ、あるので、そういった意味では、決勝に向けて、決勝でこう、良い手を打てるようにっていうところで、少しこうオープンのセクションは、まあ、なんていうんですかね、まあ、力を抜くわけじゃないんですけど、その手を少し温存しながらもちゃんと勝つっていうところが求められるかなっていう、そういう、はい、認識。
So going to the semifinals is different for me in that I have preserved many sequences of moves. The preliminary rounds, the 13 rounds, I was playing with the mindset of winning, but moving up to the semifinals, it's different in that I'll be using a lot of moves that I've preserved up to this point.
So we've got a couple of questions in the chat that are similar. Up until this point then, have you been playing more on gut feel, or for the Swiss team especially, who are very strong this year, have you prepared especially for the Swiss section compared to the semi-finals?
そうですね。準備をすることにあたって、予選13ラウンドに向けて準備をしたのか、それと比べて、あるいは、決勝トーナメントのために準備したのか、どっちの方が多かったですか？
そうですね。なんかあんまりどっちが多いっていう感じでもないんですけど、基本的に手は複数通り用意して、予選で手が使い切るような状態にならないように、いろいろ、そうですね、手を少し多めに準備するっていう工夫をした。
Well, I've prepared for both the preliminary rounds and the semifinals and the advanced the tournament. But
どの辺ですか？
両方。
そうですね。両方に対応できるように、たくさん手を用意してたって。
So, but he's prepared for everything, both the qualifying rounds and the semifinals. He's prepared many lines, and yeah, he's really he's ready for the semifinals as much as he was for the qualifying rounds.
Awesome. So two more questions then. The first is, this is the third year in a row that we've interviewed you, as obviously you're a very strong player. How have you found the 3 years in a row? Is there one that you found the easiest? And do you feel more comfortable this year compared to previous years?
栗田選手といえば、一昨年の世界大会から準決勝に勝ち上がって来られたと思うんですが、今年の世界大会はちょっと違うところだったりとか、決勝トーナメントに上がったのはまた今年も同じだと思うんですが、今年はどういうふうな違いがありましたか？
そうですね。今年は、結構ちょっと準備段階の話になるんですけど、結構体調を崩してしまってて、で、ちょっと正直大会をちゃんと2日間、3日間やりきれるかもちょっと、わからないなっていうところがあって、で、なんとかその参加できたんですけど、さっきもちょっと触れたんですけど、早めに負けがちょっと重なったこともあって、正直ちょっと今年は厳しいかなっていうところがあったので、やっぱりここまでの3年間の中だと、今年がもう圧倒的に一番苦しい、なんですか、予選でしたね。
So this year is by far was the most difficult qualifying rounds that I saw. And the main reason why is because, well, starting off the tournament, I wasn't really in a good health condition. And it was really rough. And I said this earlier, but with those 2 losses already at the end of the 5th round, I was really, I was very hopeless about this year's WOC, and it was by far the hardest set of qualifying rounds because my health condition wasn't good to start off with, and those 2 losses really impacted me a lot mentally. But luckily, I was able to pull through, and here I am, and I feel very happy that I've made it up to this point.
That's really good. Final question then, before we let you go. How have you found Turkey? Have you been to Turkey before? And what has been your favorite thing about your time here?
まあそうですね、今年の世界大会トルコで行われてますが、トルコはどんなどういった場所でしょうか？
そうですね。ちょっとまだ、観光とかができてなくて、まあ、そうですね。ちょっと、まあ、体調の関係もあって、多分1日観光するかどうかっていうぐらいなんですけど、そうですね。ちょっとまあトルコ全体に対してはちょっとまだあまり分かってないんですが、そうですね。まあ、会場とかは本当にすごく綺麗な場所で、まあ、そうですね。素晴らしい会場で開催していただいて、すごく快適に仕上がりきて、はい、非常に感謝しているところです。
So I haven't been around Turkey all too much. I haven't had the time to really go sightseeing, and I'm not really sure if I'll ever have the time because I might have a day left for me to just go sightseeing, but it also depends on how my health condition will be later on. But I do want to say I do appreciate how beautiful the venue is. It's very big and very spacious, and I feel great playing Othello in this venue.
That's really nice. Yeah, well, thank you very much for your time, and I hope you rest well tonight, and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
And congratulations on making it as well. Cool, thank you very much. Cool, so that concludes everything for today. We will be back with you at about, let me just double check, 9 o'clock tomorrow for the semi-finals, which are the semi-finals and the youth semi-finals. So make sure you tune in at that time. For those that haven't, make sure you've subscribed to our YouTube channel. Make sure you give us a big thumbs up, press the like button for the stream, as that helps us out massively. And otherwise, see you tomorrow.